planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we are HackerFrogs. All right, everybody, we've got a heck of a stream for you today. We're going to be doing 3 different activities as per usual, and let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be covering today. Let's go ahead and go over here. All right, so the first thing that we're going to be covering today is we're going to be covering HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Session number 7. So today we're going to be continuing on with our network hacking course over here, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about file transfers. So we transfer files every day in our day-to-day lives, but we're going to be talking about how to transfer files in the context of CTF exercises, where we've got 2 machines. Usually they're Linux machines. Well, in the beginner exercises, they're mostly Linux machines, and we'll be talking about how to move files around with Linux machines. And that's going to be in the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be covering the over-the-wire NATAS game, and let's go ahead and look that up real quick. NATAS over the wire. This is a CTF, a series of CTF labs where we have to take advantage of some sort of security problem in order to get to the next level. So we're talking about web hacking today, web app hacking, and today is Web App Wednesday. This is when we learn about web app stuff. And we're going to be doing a demonstration on a couple of later levels of NATAS today. I think we're doing levels 9 and level 10. Tigrail on YouTube says, good day to you, Tigrail. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun Nyan Cat to welcome you into the stream. So right, we're going to be doing a demonstration of a couple of these web app security levels on the NATAS game, and that's going to be the second hour of today's stream. In the third and fourth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing some new web app security challenges, and those are going to be over on bugbountylabs.com. So this is a new service that I'm trying out today. And if anybody's interested, you can go ahead and try this out. It's over at bugbountylabs.com. This is another platform where you have to deploy vulnerable Docker containers, and then you can do your hacking against those containers after they've been deployed. So that's going to be in the third and fourth hours of today's stream. So please look forward to that. And as for the first part of today's stream, let's go ahead and get started with that. So this is HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Session number 7. And let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. So in the previous session, we were talking about Oh, I seem to have omitted it. Okay, we were talking about password. What were we talking about? We were talking about password brute forcing attacks last time. So password brute forcing attacks are where you're able to try to attack a login portal for different services, so a web login portal or SSH login portal, and you're trying to determine what a valid user password pair might be by just guessing a bunch of passwords all at the same time. So that was the last session. In this session, we're learning about file transfers. So we're going to be talking about the following topics over here. So what are file transfers? And then we're going to be talking about 3 different methods we can use to transfer files between 2 different devices. So we're going to be talking about transferring small files by clipboard and base64. The next method we're going to talk about is transferring files via Python HTTP and wget. And the third method we're going to be talking about is transferring files via secure copy, otherwise known as SCP, and that is part of the SSH protocol. Okay, so let's talk about what file transfers are. So what are file transfers? File transfers are an essential operation of computer networking, but how you move files from one network device to another depends on 2 major factors. So we're talking about moving files around in the context of a CTF exercise or a security testing exercise. So the 2 factors that we have to take into consideration when we're talking about file transfers are 1, the size of the file. So smaller files are easier to transfer over, and larger ones are more difficult. And number 2, the software available on the sending and receiving devices. So we're going to be talking about a bunch of common programs and commands that are used to move around files, but you might find yourself in a scenario where these common commands are not available, and well, we're we're hoping for best case scenarios, especially in these introduction exercises. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So we're going to be using the Tryhackme platform to talk about file transfers, and this is the room we're going to be using to do so. So if you don't already have an account over at tryhackme.com, I would highly recommend that you make one, because you don't necessarily need to pay for any access on tryhackme.com to be able to access this room over here. And let's go ahead and try accessing the room now. So I'm just going to navigate to this room in my web browser, and this is called the Carnage room. So we're not necessarily going to be covering the Carnage room or the contents within, but we are going to be using the resources there to conduct our lesson on file transfers. So after you've logged in, you want to navigate to this page over here. This is the Carnage room. The URL is room/c2carnage. And what we want to do is we want to join the room. Let me demonstrate what it's like to join the room first of all. I'll just leave the room first, and then I will navigate back to it. So if you have not joined the room already, you're going to see this green Join Room button over here. You want to click on that, and that's going to get you access to the rest of the materials on the room. After you do that, what you want to do is you want to scroll down until you get to the task 1 header over here. So under the task 1 header, so if you can't see the contents, you want to click into the header for task 1, and you'll know that you're in the right place if you see this picture over here of a person sitting in a chair looking at a computer monitor. So under task 1, in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, there's this green Start Machine button. You want to press on that button to start up the virtual machine associated with this exercise. So you're going to see the browser window split into 2 panes. On the left-hand side, there's going to be the Tryhackme webpage, and on the right-hand side, we're initializing the vulnerable VM that we're going to be using today. So not only are we going to be using this machine, but we're going to be using another virtual machine to solve today's to do today's exercise. What we want to do is we want to go over to the Tryhackme webpage and scroll up until you get to the top of the page. After you get to the top of the page, underneath the little icon for Carnage here, there's a button labeled Start Attack Box. You want to click on that to start up the attack box, and that's going to be the second virtual machine we're going to be using today. So you'll know that you have both of the virtual machines starting up when you've got one tab down here at the lower right-hand side of the screen, one called THM Carnage and one called THM Attack Box. So once you have that done, we just have to wait for a couple of minutes for the virtual machines to initialize. But in the meantime, we're going to be talking about the first method we're going to be using today, and that is transferring small files by clipboard and base64. So we're talking about moving around files today. If we're dealing with relatively small files, so any file under 10 megabytes or so, maybe a little smaller than that, then we can use a touchless transfer method using the device's clipboard and perhaps the base64 command. So we're going to be just cutting the file's content out of the clipboard and then pasting it into the computer that we want to have the file. So we'll demonstrate this in a little bit, but what are the advantages of this? So this method is both convenient and secure, since no data is sent over a network connection from one device to another. So we're just clipping from the clipboard, from the terminal where we have access. So that could be like a remote server, and then we paste into a file on the localhost server. So let's go ahead and go back to the Tryhackme page. Let's see, it says we're going to access the desktop in 10 seconds. So let's just wait it out. 9, oh, looks like we got it already. Okay. Okay, so you'll know that you have access to the attack box here because you're going to see this terminal here, and what you want to do is you want to click into the terminal and hit enter to dismiss this message. So after that, we want to create a full screen tab for both of these machines. So on the attack box over here, we're going to go to the middle of the screen, so between the two browser panes, and then we're going to go down to the bottom. So in the middle, at the bottom of the page, there's this button here labeled View in Full Screen. So it looks like two arrows pointing away from each other. We want to click on that, and then we're going to see that our attack box desktop now takes up the entire browser tab, and this is what we want. We're going to do the same thing for the other virtual machine, which is the THM Carnage machine. So we're going to go over to Tryhackme again. We're going to go to the middle, then we're going to go down to the bottom, and we're going to click on the THM Carnage tab right here. So right now we're in the THM Attack Box tab. Click into the THM Carnage VM tab. And we can tell the difference between the Carnage virtual machine and the Attack Box virtual machine because the Carnage virtual machine has this white banner over here in the middle. So we want to go to the center of the screen and then to the bottom, and there's the button View in Full Screen. So at the bottom of, or the corner rather, of the interface, click on the button, and then we're going to see that the Carnage virtual machine also is presented in full screen. So this is exactly what we want. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to try putting both of these browser tabs side by side. So this is going to be a little bit difficult, but we definitely want to set it up like this. So this is what we do. So we're going to take our web browser, we're going to drag it off, and we're going to separate the tab from the window, and that's going to create another window. Okay, And then we're going to get the tab for the attack box, which is over here. We're going to separate this tab as well. Okay. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to minimize our other web browser tabs. We're going to minimize these. All right. So from here, let's just adjust the window size. We're going to make sure that this takes up about half the screen. And then we're going to do the same thing with the other virtual machine. So up here, gonna resize the window so that it takes up half the screen. Okay, so now we've got. If you're having a hard time, you can also just keep everything in a single web browser window, but it is a little bit more difficult because you have to switch back and forth. All right, so now we've got our Carnage machine over here, and we've got our attack box machine over here. So the left-hand side is going to be the Carnage box, and the right-hand side is going to be the attack box. All right, so from here, what we're going to do is we're going to open up a couple of terminal windows. So there is a terminal window shortcut over here on the attack box, and there's also a terminal window over here on the Carnage box. So they're both located at the top of the desktop on this in this bar. Leo says, "Hello, HackerFrogs." Hello, Leo. Nice to see you here. So if you're wondering what we're doing right now, we're doing the THM Carnage room in order to learn about file transfers. Let me go ahead and get the link for you. So this is the link. Okay, so we're going to open up some terminal windows. So in the Carnage machine, go ahead and click on this shortcut here to open up the terminal. And we're going to make this a little bigger, just so we can see the text properly. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing in the attack box. We're going to click on the shortcut here, and then we're going to make the window a little bit bigger. So you can click on View, Zoom In to increase the size, but you can also use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift+. All right, so we've got our two terminals here. So what I'm gonna do first is we're gonna talk about how to transfer files via the clipboard. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we have in the Carnage box over here. So this one is the white terminal. So we've got desktop. I think there's there might be a smaller file inside. Let me see if there's a picture file that we can move around. Okay, so there's THM menu logo 2.png. I wonder how large these are. So we've got one that's relatively small, this one right here, THM logo menu logo 2.png. Let's go ahead and transfer this one over. So what we want to do in this case is we want to move this picture file from the Carnage box here over to the attack box over here. So if a file is sufficiently small, what we can do is we can move it around through a combination of the clipboard and base64 encoding. So how do you do this? Let's demonstrate. So if you cat out this information in this picture file, there's going to be a lot of unprintable data bytes, and so this is what it looks like. So this doesn't look like anything that we can recognize, but when an image viewing program opens this file, it can read this, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to turn this information, this stuff that we can't read, into base64 encoded information. So we're going to do the previous command. So cat thm menu logo2.png, and this is in the pictures directory. If you're not in the pictures directory, you won't be able to access this. Not like this anyways. So we're going to cat this file and we're going to read it, and then we're going to pipe it into base64 decode. So what this is going to do, we're going to pipe this into base64 encode rather. And what this is going to do is it's going to take all the information in that picture file and it's going to turn it into something that that we can copy over. So if you're wondering what command we did just now, I'm going to copy this and paste into chat. So this is the command we just did. So what we can do is we can just grab all of the text here and then scroll all the way down to the bottom. And what this is the base64 representation of the picture file. So we're just going to right-click copy, and then we're going to go over to the attack box. On the attack box, we can create this file called, let's just call it picture.b64 for base64. And what we're going to do is we're going to put the base64 encoded data into this file. So we're going to edit the file using nano. Okay. And Cypher Enigma says, evening Cypher Enigma, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we just copied this information over here, the base64 information. We're going to paste it into... Oh, I can't paste. Ah, okay. You know why we can't paste? It's because we need to go over to the control bar. So we're going to go to the control bar, and then we're going to click on the clipboard here, and then we're going to paste into the clipboard. Okay. So after that, after we paste into the clipboard, we're going to close the clipboard by clicking on this button here. And now we can paste into our picture.b64 file. So click into here and then paste. And this is all the base64 encoded data from the picture file. We're going to save the file now. Control X to save the file. Save modified buffer. Press Y for yes. Press enter to confirm the file name. And now we've got a base64 encoded file in here called picture.b64. Rupert VB says, hi everyone. Hi, Rupert VB. Nice to see you here. Not just based, 64 base. That's true. That's true. Why don't you have a Nyan Cat? Here you go, Rupert VB. So you can transform the base64 data in here back into a picture file. And this is how you do it. So you read the picture file. Actually, no. We don't need to read the picture file. We can just run base64-d and then the name of the file. So picture.b64, and then we're going to redirect the output into a file called picture.jpg. I think that's what it was originally. Okay, so after we do that, and this is the command we just did over here. It was a PNG. Was it a PNG? Let me take a look. Oh, it was a PNG. Okay, sorry. It should be picture.png. All right, so let me copy this and provide it to everybody in chat again. Okay. So let's go ahead and run that. So let me get rid of the picture.jpg file now. Picture.jpg. Okay. So if we run the file command on picture.png, we see that this is PNG image data. And what we can do is we can actually read the file to make sure that, that it transferred over properly. So we're going to do xdg-open on picture.png. And xdg open is a great little Linux tool that that opens up any file that you provide to it with the appropriate application. Okay, so it looks like we have our PNG file. It's a really small file, but it's here. And we transferred over successfully. Great. So that was the first method that we're going to be talking about today. And black 68 100. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Asks, hello, do you have any experience on RSA attacks? So we've done some very simple RSA attacks as part of PicoCTF, but just black, great. But we don't necessarily know a lot about RSA attacks. But if you want to learn more, you can solve. There are a bunch of different CTF exercises over at picoctf.org. So let me give you the link, picoctf.org. If you don't already know about this site, it's a really great cybersecurity education website. So we just transferred over a file only using the clipboard and the base64 encoding over here. So of course, if you have a text-only file, it's very easy to just copy over the text from one computer to another. Let's see. Black says, currently trying to solve a CTF on Tryhackme, but having some hard times. Thanks for the recommendation. Yeah. We're not necessarily doing cryptography right now, but we do teach some cryptography stuff every once in a while. And welcome to the stream. Okay, so that was transferring over a file using the clipboard. So this is a very very convenient way to copy files over, especially if the files are small. If the files are larger, it can get kind of inconvenient having to copy over all this stuff to the clipboard. But there's actually one trick that we can do to make this a lot easier to copy over to the clipboard. So what we can do is we can go over to the terminal and we can make the terminal really small. If we make the terminal really small and we stretch it out, how do we stretch it out? Like this. So we can fit a lot more into this terminal window. That's going to make selecting the stuff to transfer over much easier. But that's just a little trick. Anyways, let's make the terminal nice and big again, because we don't want things to be small. Okay. Anyways, let's talk about the second method that we're going to be talking about to transfer files over. This window is a little bit funny looking. Let's make it. Oh man. Resizing windows is a lot of fun. Okay, that's about close enough. Okay, so the second method we're going to be talking about is by using, oh, we've got ads on Twitch. Okay, when ads come up on Twitch, we're going to give ads to people who are watching on YouTube as well. And we're also going to take a little break. We're going to be taking about a minute worth of break, and we're going to play some bird videos while the break is going on. So please enjoy the bird videos while we take about a minute break for the advertisements to run through. And in the meantime, I'm going to have a little sip of water. If you have any questions about anything that we're doing, please leave them in chat, and I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. Okay, so Tigrail says squirrel. Squirrel. Was there a squirrel? I think there might have been a squirrel at the beginning of the clip. And Leo says, set up a bird feeder the other day. I'll be sending you clips soon, hopefully. I hope you're having a lot of fun with birding and bird feeder stuff. It is really fun to see the birds come around to eat, and it makes you feel good that you're helping the little guys out. So Black says, do you know how I can decrypt an AES key which is encrypted with RSA? I have the private RSA key. Oh, you're talking about RSA private keys. Yeah, Tigrail says I have a ton of squirrels and they're fun to watch. TG Artist says, "Hello hackers, I'm doing some CTF Hackfinity battle RSA." Oh wow, wow! You must be you and Black might be doing the same exercise. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a CTF going on right now over at Tryhackme.com. Okay, so that's the Hackfinity challenge. So let me get. So you're hacking a private RSA key. So let me give you a hint. So what you want to do when you're hacking the private RSA key is you want to extract the hash from the key. So let's just pretend that you have a file called ID RSA like this. What you want to do is you want to extract the hash using a tool called SSH2John. So you would run SSH2John on ID RSA, and then you would redirect it into something like RSA.hash. And the next thing you would want to do is you want to run John the Ripper to try to crack the hash. Okay, so Black says that you've got NE calculated PQD. In this case, there are a few different tools that you can find online. And let me go ahead and see if I can find something really quick. Oops, where are we? Here? Okay, here. So let's see, RSA CTF tool. There you go. So here's a little GitHub project that talks about how to crack RSA for CTF stuff. There you go. But we should be getting back to our file transfers lesson. So let's go ahead and do that. Oops, here, here. Oh, it resized on me. Let me reload this. Okay, so the next method we're going to use for transferring files is going to be okay. So we're still talking about transferring small files. So if the file contains binary data like picture files, zip files, and executables, you will need to encode the data before copying to the clipboard and decode the data to its original form on the other side. So that's what we did with the picture file just now. TG Artist says, "Did you check the temp directory? It has a public key file." Oh, you guys should have a little chat maybe. But don't do spoilers for the challenges in the live chat here, because people might get mad. Okay, so the next where's this guy messages from? I'm on Twitch. So TG Artist is on YouTube. So if either of you have both have Twitch or YouTube, you could hop on either the Twitch or the YouTube channel and start talking there. Maybe send a private message. It's probably the best way to do it. Ronan says hi. Hi, Ronan. Nice to see you. And why don't we give you a Hack the Planet? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we're going to talk about our second method of moving files over today. And the second method is going to be transferring files via Python HTTP and wget. So on private networks, a convenient way to transfer files is to host files on a temporary HTTP server using Python. Then, on the receiving side, we're going to download the file with the wget program. So I'm going to demonstrate how to do that, but before we do that, let's talk about what this method offers. So this method uses common tools and works with files of all sizes, but it should never be used outside of controlled network environments since it uses HTTP, which is an unencrypted protocol. So we can transfer files using the Python web HTTP server, but we can't do this in a real life scenario because it does not have encryption, which means that anybody looking at the traffic that's going across the network could potentially intercept any file that you're sending across. Okay, so how do we do this? So what we're going to do is, I think there's a really big file in there's a really big file on the Carnage machine over here in the desktop directory. So let's go ahead and go to the desktop directory over here. So go into /desktop. From here, there's going to be an analysis folder. So let's go into analysis. And in the analysis, there's the carnage.pcap file over here. Let's go ahead and scroll up. Yeah, so this is carnage.pcap. It's a pretty big file. If we take a look, it is, this is like is this 500 megabytes or 50 megabytes? I can't tell. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to host this file on our Python HTTP server. The way we do that is we give this command. So let's just figure out if we're using Python. I think we're using Python 3 on this box. Yeah, so we're using Python 3. So if we're using Python 3, we can use Python 3 to create a temporary web server. And it's going to be Python 3-m http.server, and then the port number that you want to host it on. So HTTP is on port 80 by default. So let's try port 80. So it says denied. Okay, so we're going to host it on port 8888 instead. Okay, so we're now serving HTTP on port 8888, which means that anybody can access this HTTP server on port 8888. So this is the command we're using. I'm going to paste it in the chat. So what we would need to do to download the file is we would need to access this from the attack box. So here's the attack box. And what we need to do is we need to use the wget command. So wget is a common Linux command that we can use to download files. And we just need to give it an address. So it's going to be http:// and then the IP address. So there's an IP address at the top of the window over here for the Carnage machine. So this is going to be at 10.10.153.232. So just keep in mind that your IP address and my IP address and all of our IP addresses are probably going to be different. So definitely use the IP address for the Carnage machine that you have instead of the one that I have. Okay, so from here, after the IP address, we need to specify a port. So we're going to do :8888 and then a slash, and then we're going to name the file. So the file is named, what is the file named? The file is named carnage.pcap. So it's going to go carnage.pcap, and this is the complete command that we're using right now. So keep in mind that your IP address is not going to be the same. Okay, so from here, run the wget command, and we're going to see that it downloads. And we're also going to see in the Carnage window here that the carnage.pcap file was accessed by the web server. It's got a little log here talking about how the file was accessed. So from here, we do ls, and then we see that the carnage.pcap file is here. We've successfully downloaded it. Whoops. And what we can do is we can make sure that this that the file downloaded correctly by doing xdg open, xdg-open, and then carnage.pcap. So this is going to open up with it should open up with Wireshark. Yeah, so we see Wireshark open up the file, and this is how we know that we transferred the file successfully. Okay. So yeah, so this is a method that we use quite a bit when we're talking about these network CTF challenges because it's an easy way to serve files. Unfortunately, it's not something we can do in real life because it's not secure because we're dealing with HTTP and not HTTPS. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about and you can go ahead and shut down the HTTP server on the Carnage machine by clicking into the terminal and then doing Control C. That's going to interrupt and close down the HTTP server. Okay, so we've got one more method to go. And this is the most secure method, but also the most difficult method, and it also has the most requirements. So we're going to talk about transferring files via SCP or secure copy, which is part of the SSH protocol. So if both devices involved have SSH installed and running, and we have the SSH credentials for the sending device, we can transfer files with the secure copy program. So SCP is a secure copy program. This is the secure method for transferring large files, but also has the most strict requirements among the methods we're discussing today, and the command syntax is not very intuitive. So when I'm talking about not very intuitive, let me demonstrate over here. So this is what the command syntax looks like for secure copy. So we give the command secure copy, and then we give the remote user's username. So for example, it might be root, and then we have to give the @ symbol, and then the remote server IP address. So or remote server domain. So in this case, it's going to be 1010 whatever, and then we need to do a colon, and then we need to do a file path to the file that we want to download. So we might do burp.json for our file that we want to access, and then we do a space, and then we give a file path for where we want to save the file. So we could save it to our current directory and then burp.json. Okay, so we'll do a demonstration of how to use secure copy. I don't use secure copy too often when I do network CTF exercises, mostly because the requirements are pretty strict. You need to have a legitimate credential pair with SSH, and sometimes that's hard to get when you're doing these exercises. Anyways, let's go ahead and try doing this. Okay, so what we're going to do is let's try downloading. So we're going to download this file again. So we're going to move the carnage.pcap file from the attack box, and we're going to move it over to the carnage box over here. And just for fun, we're going to delete this carnage.pcap file, just so we can say that we got a fresh copy. So rm carnage.pcap. Okay. All right, so now we don't have anything in the directory, and we can try to access the attack box over here and download the carnage.pcap file. Let's go ahead and do that. So Tigerail says that the syntax is similar to an SSH login. It is kind of similar to an SSH login, but it's got some extra steps. So I find it a little bit unintuitive to use. But anyways, we're going to do SCP and then space, so secure copy space, and then the account on the other server. So we're going to access the root account, so root @ and then the IP address over here. So conveniently, we've got an IP address for the attack box here. We're going to use this one. So 10.10.102.113, and then we're going to do colon and then a space, and then the file path for the file that we want, which is carnage.pcap. So the file path is going to be in the root directory. So it's going to be /root/carnage.pcap. And let me go ahead and make the window here a little smaller so that we can fit everything on. Just a second. Grabbing this little edge of the window is so difficult. Okay. All right, let's drag this over. Okay, I got it. Okay, great. Okay, so this is the file path over here. And the last thing we need to do is we need to give the file path where we want to save the file. So I'm going to save it in /tmp /carnage.pcap. Okay. So I think this is all we need to do. Let me go ahead and try this out. Okay, it's going to ask us if we're sure we want to continue connecting. We're going to type yes, and then we need to supply a password. So luckily, the password for the root account is going to be in your attack box URL address over here. So the URL address is over in your browser, and it's going to say host equals proxy something something tryhackme.tech, and then there's going to be a password parameter over here. So we're just going to copy the password from here until the ampersand, because the ampersand is not part of the password. We're going to copy that, and then we're going to paste it into the Carnage box's clipboard. So we need to paste it into the clipboard first before we can use it. So get rid of whatever's there, paste into the clipboard, and then when it asks for root's password, paste it in and hit enter. Okay, so it says that carnage.pcap, 100%, 53 megabytes. Okay, so let's go ahead and look in the TMP directory to see if it transferred over correctly. Okay, yeah, okay, it's here, carnage.pcap, great. So just to make sure that it transferred over correctly, we're going to do xdg open on it, xdg-open space carnage.pcap, and we're going to try opening this with Wireshark. So we're able to open it up with Wireshark, which means we are able to transfer it over successfully. Great. So just in case you were wondering what command we used with scopy, this is it. Let me grab the command. I'll paste it in the chat. Here you go. Okay, so if anybody has any questions about any of the methods that we used to transfer files today, let us know in the chat. There are a lot of different methods we could use to transfer files between Linux systems. We could use Python. We could use Perl. We could use PHP. We could use just a lot of different programs. We could use Netcat. But I've illustrated 3 of the easier methods. Well, 2 of the easier methods plus the secure copy that we can use when we're doing our network exercises. But anyways, let's do a little review of what we learned today. So let's review the networking hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. So you might say to yourself, what does this have to do with network hacking? If you're doing network hacking exercises, you're going to be moving around files a lot. If you don't know how to move those files around, you're going to have a hard time. So I was just, I think this is an important skill to have when you're doing exercises like this, just because you're going to need to move files around. And I'm just giving you a few different tools, a few different methods that you can use to move files around inside of a network environment. So what are file transfers? File transfers are an essential operation of computer networking, and we learned a few different methods for file transfer. So the first thing, the easiest way to move files around is by using the clipboard. Using the clipboard circumvents having to move data around in the network. You can just copy it from one clipboard and then paste it into another interface. This is very convenient. If the file is a binary file, like a picture file, a zip file, or a executable file, you can base64 encode it first before you move it to the clipboard, and then decode it from base64 after you've moved it to another device. It's a very convenient way to do it, but it's not something you can do for very large files. So we've also got our HTTP Python server that we can stand up to host files. And in controlled networks, hosting files using the Python HTTP module and downloading with wget is convenient, but it's not recommended for real-world scenarios since it sends data unencrypted. So it's using HTTP, which is an encrypted protocol. You never want to do this in a real-world scenario, otherwise you can get into really big trouble. But it is something that is that we can use for educational environments like CTF exercises. And the last thing we talked about was transferring files via secure copy, which is using the SSH protocol. So if we have SSH on both devices and a set of credentials, the SCP program is an ideal file transfer solution since it sends files over an encrypted protocol. So the everything that's sent over secure copy is going to be encrypted, which means that even if the data is captured, it's most likely that they won't be able to make use of the data because it's going to be a bunch of encrypted stuff that they won't be able to read. Okay, so what are we going to be talking about next time? So in the next HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Workshop, we're going to be learning how to upload malicious files to hack network servers. So we're going to be talking about malicious file upload attacks. So basically, what we do is if we can find some way to access these uploaded files on the web server, and it's running some sort of scripting engine like PHP or AS or what is it called? ASP. These kind of scripting files, then we can get the uploaded files to run malicious code for us. And that's going to be in the next workshop. The next workshop is going to be on, what day is it today? It's Wednesday today, so it's going to be on Friday. So look forward to that, and that's going to be in the next workshop. Anyways, we're gonna stop this portion of the workshop. We're gonna move on to the next portion of our stream. And in the next portion of the stream, what are we doing? We're doing the Natus CTF. So Natus is a series of CTF challenges, and we've worked up to level number 9 today. So let me go ahead and get the information for doing that. It's going to be in walkthroughs. I've got all of my information over here, level number 9. This is the password. Hopefully these passwords still work because they do change the passwords for these for the Natus CTF game on a pretty regular basis. I would say every 3 months or so they're going to change the passwords for these challenges, which means you're going to have to do the challenges again. I hope I don't, because that would be a big pain in the butt. Hopefully these credentials are going to work. Let's go ahead and try that out. So let's see. Let's go ahead and try to access Natus 9. Okay, so the username is going to be Natus 9. Oh, I should probably do my YouTube intro because I need to turn these into YouTube videos eventually. All right, so everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Natus 9 level from overthewire.org. It's part of the Natus CTF Labs. The first thing you need to do is you need to insert your username over here. It's going to be Natus 9. And the password is going to be the password you got from the last level. So I'm going to paste it in. I'm going to click on sign in. And we are now signed in. Okay, so what is going on this level? So we see on the landing page here, it says find words containing, and we've got a little input field and a search button. So whenever we come across a scenario like this, we like to give a little test payload, and we will try the app out. So it looks like it's looking inside of a word list with a bunch of different words, and it's outputting words that have the search string inside of them. So it's got a bunch of words with the word test in them. That's great. Okay, let's go back. And another thing that's very convenient here is that they provide the source code for the application in this level. So we can go ahead and put this in a new browser tab, view source code, and we can go ahead and look at the source code over here. So what's going on? All right, so we've got these signature brackets over here, and these brackets indicate to us that this is a particular programming language, and that programming language is PHP. PHP's got this very particular set of opening and closing brackets, so bracket question mark and question mark bracket. So in between, we've got PHP code. So let's take a look at what the application is doing. We've got a variable called key. So the key variable here is going to be equal to this empty string. And then we've got a little if statement. If array key exists, needle request. So array key exists. It's going to check if there was something put into the request over here, and it's going to define a variable called needle. So if there is a needle and there is a request, then the key variable is going to be equal to the request's needle. So whatever you put into the web application. And then further down here, so if the key variable is not empty, then it's going to run this keyword over here, pass through. So the pass through keyword in PHP is it's a special keyword, and it allows the underlying OS system to run commands. And in this case, it's going to run grep I on the key. So it's going to take user input in the form of the key, and it's going to run it on dictionary.txt. So what the command is, it's a Linux command, and it runs the grep command, which is going to look inside of the dictionary file for the pattern that we define in the key, and then it's going to return whatever is returned by that command. And that's it. That's the entirety of the command. So what are we dealing with here? In this case, what we can do is we can take advantage of the application through something called OS command injection. All right, we've got ads running on Twitch, so people on YouTube also get ads. And we're going to be taking a little break and watching some birds. Here you go. We're going to be taking a little water break for about a minute or so. And after that, we will be back. Okay, so while we have our break going on right now, I'm going to put on some music because I like having music on after we do the HackerFrogs After School segment. Let's play some... Let's start with some FTL, and then we'll move on to something else a little bit later. So this is from a classic space combat game. Well, spaceship simulation combat simulation game. It's called FTL, Faster Than Light. I hope you guys enjoy it. Okay, let's put the birds away, and we can continue. Alright, let's talk about this. So, Natus 9, this level of the Natus CTF game, it's talking about OS command injection. So what is OS command injection? Operating system, OS, command injection. Thank you very much for following, Fyrax? Freaks? I'm not sure. Please let me know how to pronounce your name. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. Have a Hack the Planet on me.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up
OS command injection is a web app secured vulnerability where arbitrary OS commands can be performed on a web server through a web interface. Fyrax. Oh, awesome, awesome, great, great. Nice to see you here, Fyrax. Yeah, no, I see it now, Great, great, great. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. So basically what OS command injection is the ability for the application to run commands on the underlying server. So the web server is going to be able to run commands... Sorry, the web application is going to let a user run commands on the server. It's very, very dangerous. So OS command injection is a serious vulnerability and can lead to complete compromise of the web server. And if so, the web server can be used as a foothold to attack other machines on the network. So if you were to find OS command injection on a web server, you might be able to use OS command injection to break into the machine, and then from there you can try attacking other machines on the network. It's very nasty business, and OS command injection is probably one of the most serious vulnerabilities you can find on a web application. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a OS command injection payload on the web application to have it run whatever command we want. So, but before we talk about what command we're going to be using to get the password, we probably should do a test. Tigerl says, so can we cap the password file? That's exactly what we're going to do in just a little bit. Shivato says we can do as much as the logged on user can execute. That's true. That's true. So we don't have complete control over the web server, but we have as much access as the current user has. So let's demonstrate this. So here we are on the application. The easiest web app OS command injection payloads are going to have their OS commands in between these two characters right here. There's going to be a semicolon to end the command that was being run by the web application, and there's going to be a hash symbol over here to comment out any other commands that come after it in the web application. So in between here, we can put whatever command we want. Enatsola says, which is why you should always run your web server. Which is why you should always run your web server as root. Yeah, that's some good advice right there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to run a command on the web server. This is the Linux whoami command. So we've got our semicolon to end whatever came before, and we have our hash symbol to cancel out whatever comes after. So we're just going to run this command, and it says we are the Natus 9 user. So this user doesn't have complete control over the web server, but what we can do is we can make sure that we actually have access to files on the server by running this command right here. So cat etc password, and what this is going to do is it's going to read the password file, which on Linux has all of the usernames. So we can go ahead and run this command. Actually, I'll paste it in the chat so that you can see exactly what I'm giving the application. We're going to run the command, and we're going to see in the output we have all these usernames. So we definitely have OS command injection in this case. If for some reason the formatting gets all screwed up when we're looking at it in the web page, we can always view the web page source, and that's going to give us a another view on the output over here. Sometimes it's going to be an easier way to read it, sometimes not. But anyways, let's talk a little bit about the command that we're going to give to get our password. So we've got this command right here that we're going to give to get our password for the next level. So number one, this semicolon right here is going to terminate the command. So the command in this case is... let's see if I can... So this command is grep I. So we're gonna terminate this command right here because this is where our user input is, where the key is. So we're going to terminate the grep I command here, and then we're going to put the hash symbol over here to get rid of whatever is following in the command. And in this case, it's going to be dictionary.txt. We're going to comment this out with the hash symbol. So we're just going to get rid of this part. We're going to terminate this part, and we're just going to run our own command. And our own command is cat etc natus webpass natus 10. So this is where the password is for the next level, natus level 10. So the cat command is going to read files, and this is the file path for the natus 10 password file. So let's go ahead and run this payload. Okay, so we go back to the web application. We can go up to the top. So find words containing. In here, we're going to paste in our payload. We're going to run the payload. And this is the contents of the natus 10 password file. So we can go ahead and copy this, and then we can record it, and then we are finished the level. So before we move on to the next level, or before we finish this level rather, let's do a little after action report over on GitHub. So this is the username for this level was natus9. The password was this thing. The web vulnerability in this case is OS command injection, and we found it through source code analysis. So for the method of solve, we look at the source code, we see that it's using the PHP pass-through function, and then we use a simple injection payload. So in this case, we can access this the password directly by giving this URL to the application. So you're going to see here that depending on whatever payload you provide to the web application, the URL is going to change over here. So currently, the URL for me looks like this. And it's not the cleanest, but it does have all of our payload in there. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for Natus Level 9. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Alright everybody, please don't leave. It's just something I have to say for YouTube, because I got to turn these into YouTube videos. Now is a good time, if you have any questions about anything we're doing here, to ask. So if you have any questions about why this OS command injection works, or what are the limits of OS command injection, I think somebody said, Shivito said, we have as much access as the logged in OS user can execute. So the reason why I said that OS command injection is very dangerous is because if you have OS command injection, you could potentially use the OS command injection to gain access to the server directly. Of course, you're not necessarily going to have the highest level of access, but once you're in the web server, you could potentially look for privilege escalation vectors and then try to become the root user on the web server. If you're able to become the root user on the web server, then you could you can basically enumerate all of the other servers on the network and then start doing some network attacks from the web server as a foothold machine. So that would be a really bad thing. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge for today. So let me get the password. And if you want to play along, this is the username and password. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Natus 10 level from natus.overthewire.org, and this is a series of web app security challenges. And let us begin. FireAxe says, how did you know the path? I understand the etc. password, just not how you knew to look in the other directory. So this is the description for the Natus CTF game is at this URL right here, and in the description it tells you where to find the password files if you somehow get access to the web server directly. So it says all passwords are stored in the etc. Natus webpass directory here. For example, the password for Natus 5 is stored in the etc. Natus webpass /Natus 5 and is readable by Natus 4 and Natus 5. No worries, no worries. If you don't know where you're looking, then yeah, of course you wouldn't know to look in that directory. But because you have OS command injection, as opposed to something like local file inclusion, you can do snooping. You can do snooping around the web server by doing OS command injection. Let's see. Jake McHack says, "How are you today?" Hello, Jake McHack. Nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. FireAxe says, "Could you use ls?" You can use any command, any typical Linux command. You can use it with OS command injection. Hey everybody, why don't we give you a nyancat, Jake McHack, and welcome to the stream. So if we really wanted to, we could run a complicated command like this. So we could do find in the entire file system, all files owned by the user Natus9, after we know that our user is Natus9. And we could run this command. It's going to take a while to come back, but basically you can get any information you want to. Yeah, through command injection. Okay, so we're going to talk about one more case of command injection before we finish out our demonstration for today. Okay, so the first thing we need to do to access Natus level 10 is to adjust the URL. Over here, we can change the number from Natus 9 to Natus 10 to access Natus 10. The username is going to be Natus 10, and the password is going to be the password you got from the last level. Paste it in, sign in, and we are in. Okay. So what is happening on the landing page here? So it says here, for security reasons, we now filter on certain characters. So find words containing. So this looks like it's almost identical to the last web application on Natus level 9. If we give the test payload here, it gives us the same output that we got from the last level. And we've got source code that we can read here as well. So we might as well take a look at the source code to see what's going on in the application. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at that link. So once again, we see our familiar PHP code. So it looks like the application is the exact same as the previous level, except that there's this line right here. Actually, these two lines right here. So if reg match with this array right here, these characters inside of the key, then you're going to print out the message, input contains an illegal character. But otherwise, we're going to run the same command that we did for the last level. The pass-through keyword. So the pass-through, I guess we would call this a function, which runs the grep I command on dictionary.txt with the key as our user input over here. So in this case, it's these three characters that we can't use. So the three special characters we can't use in this case are the semicolon, the pipe character, and the and or ampersand symbol. So what this means is that we can't use the payload that we did on the last level. It's not going to work. So if you recall, the payload we used to run OS command injection in the previous level was whatever command we wanted to run in between this semicolon and the hash symbol over here. So for example, we do semicolon hash in the middle, who am I? We do search, and it says input contains an illegal character. So it doesn't let us run the payload with our special character there. Jake McHack says double ampersand, double pipe. So this isn't going to work because these are characters that have been denied. So this is on the deny. Well, so the pipe is in the deny, and the and symbol is also in the deny. So if we do double ampersand, it's going to say input contains an illegal character. If we do the double pipe, it also says input contains an illegal character. So we need to work around this somehow. So we need to do what is called a filter bypass. So if we take a look at the code, this is very important. So the pass-through function is running grep I. So I for grep means case insensitive, which means that it's going to look for capital letters and small letters. And we've got the key, and we've got dictionary.txt. So the thing about the grep command is that we can run it on multiple files at once. So we can look not only in the dictionary.txt file, but we can also look in the password file. So whatever file has the password, we can also look in that as well as dictionary.txt. But we can actually get rid of dictionary.txt because the hash character is not part of the deny list here. Jake McHack says use a single quote here. Init Sola says, isn't the pipe in the regex and or? Yeah, so the pipe is in the regex. It's looking for these three characters. It's whatever is between the square brackets here. So we can't use this one or this one or this one. They'll all return input contains an illegal character. So what we're going to do is we're just going to use the grep command as intended, and we're going to be able to get our password anyways. Let me explain what's going on. So in this case, we're not necessarily doing a bypass, but what we are doing, Init Sola says, I mean, isn't it because pipe isn't escaped? I think the pipe in this case it's not allowed. If we go over to the application and we just do pipe and we do search, it says content contains an illegal character. So if I do like I don't know, test and then pipe and then who am I? Input contains an illegal character. It is included in the regex there. It doesn't register as or, it just registers as the literal character. That's just a funny little quirk of PHP, I guess. But I mean, they've escaped this character and they've escaped this character. So yeah, it's kind of funny. And so it says, every time I think I've got my brain wrapped around regex. Yeah, regex is a real mind twister. Regex is really fun, but it's not super easy to understand. So what are we doing here? This is the payload we're going to use. So basically, we're running rep I, and then the pattern we're going to look for is A. But we're going to look inside of this file right here, the Natus webpass Natus 11. So that has the password for Natus 11, and we're going to comment out the rest of the command. In this case, we're going to comment out the dictionary.txt part, and we're just going to run this payload and look for the letter A inside of the password file here. And then we're going to use the hash symbol to get rid of the dictionary.txt. So this is the payload. And then we go over to the web application and we paste it in, and we paste our payload in here. So we're looking for the letter A inside of the password file. If the password file doesn't have the letter A, it's not going to return anything to us. And in that case, we would just switch to the letter B, the letter C, etc., until we actually get a character that's in the password. So we're going to run the command, and we're going to get the password here, because the password does have the letter A. It doesn't have the small letter A, but we're running grep with the case insensitive switch, so it doesn't matter. If the A wasn't in here, we would probably look for the letter B, the letter C, and is the letter C in here? And then the letter D. The letter D is in here, so we would probably hit on that letter instead. Okay, so if you have any questions about what we're doing here or why this works, please let us know in the chat. I'll try to answer your questions as best I can. Alright, so let's talk about, before we finish, let's talk about what the vulnerability was on this application. So this was Natus 10, the username was Natus 10, the password was this. The web vulnerability in this case is also OS command injection, and we're doing what is called the filter bypass. We didn't really do a filter bypass. What we did do was we ran the command as intended. So the method of solve is to use the command as intended, but access the password file instead. So the payload is look for the letter A inside of the password file, and then comment out the dictionary file. All right, so everybody, if you enjoyed, this was a guided walkthrough for the Natus 10 level over on Natus, which is a lab over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Alright, so we're not ending, but I do need to record my intros and outros for my YouTube videos. Everybody say hi YouTube if you want to appear in the YouTube videos. Thank you. Alright, so that's the last level we're going to be covering today. Natus 11. Starting with Natus level 11, the Natus levels actually get increasingly difficult. So OS command injection, this wasn't really too much of a problem. The thing is that after Natus 10, the Natus levels, let's talk about what happens in the Natus levels. So, for example, in Natus level 11, we're dealing with Zor encryption on cookies, and most of the levels after level 10, we have to write scripts to solve the levels. So on level 11, we've got a Zor encrypted cookie. On level 12, we've got insecure file upload, client-side filter bypass. So actually, this one isn't so hard, but they do get much harder after level 10. Alright, so what are we going to be doing for our challenge today? So we're going to be continuing on with Web App Wednesday, and thank you very much for following. What is his name? Antioxidant TV. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Why don't you have a How about a Unix system? It's a Unix system.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so what are we going to be doing with the rest of today? Actually, before we move on, we've got some time. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to point out some other OS command injection, and we can find another OS command injection lab over at tryhackme.com. Well, not necessarily tryhackme.com, but there's a certain room. Let me terminate these machines. And there's a certain room called DVWA, which has a lot of different web app vulnerabilities that you can test. So this is the link. And if you want to access the room, I've already used my attack box today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the Tryhackme network by using my Kali Linux box. So I'll demonstrate how to do that. So if you want to access Tryhackme through an OpenVPN key, which is basically using OpenVPN to connect to their network, this is what you do. After you've logged into tryhackme.com, you go up to the top of the web page and then over to the corner where your user icon is. Click on the user icon and then click on the access button over here. So once again, click on your profile picture and then click on the access icon. It's got a little key. After that, you're going to have your OpenVPN access details. So you're going to have to select a server, and the server that you select is, what you want to do is you want to select the server that's closest to you geographically. So in my case, I'm connecting to US West regular because I'm on the west coast of North America. That's the closest one to me. After that, you want to select download configuration file. So the configuration file is basically the OpenVPN key you would use to connect to the Tryhackme network. So click on download configuration file. Jake Mr. X says, "What is your rank, Mr. Bird?" Am I Mr. Bird? I thought I was Mr. Frog. I thought it was Mr. Hat. I'm either Mr. Frog, Mr. Hat, or Mr. Bird. What is my rank? I think I'm ranked 6,000 something on Tryhackme. I used to do a lot of Tryhackme. Let's see if I can get my rank. So I'm ranked 6,097. I used to do a lot of Tryhackme. But anyways, there's an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're gonna stop for a little bit. People on YouTube get an ad, and let's go ahead and play some birds. Here's a bird. All right, we're gonna be doing a break for the next minute or so while the ads are running. I'm gonna take a little break for some water. I'll be back in just a little bit. Jake Mr. Axe says, "That a new bird? Is that a new bird? Let me Okay, so to anybody who doesn't know, this bird right here, this is a black-capped chickadee, and these are very, very common little birds, but they're very fun birds as well, and they've got a very distinct call. So they do the chickadee call, if you know that one. Anyways, let's put the birds away. And to anybody who doesn't know the black-capped chickadee, Let's grab a picture of it real quick. Black-cap chickadee. So this is the black-cap chickadee. It's a very cute little bird. It's very, very common all across North America. But they're very fun little birds. Jake Mr. X says, last time I see the bird, it has 2 colors, blue and black. So the blue and black bird is the Stellar's J. And this is the blue and black bird. So this is a bird that's pretty unique to my area. Not to say that they're super unique, but yeah, this is one of my favorite birds. Just to say that. Okay, let's talk about how to let's stop talking about birds. Let's talk about hacking stuff. Okay, where are we? Tryhackme here. So we go to access. We click on the download configuration file. This is going to download the OpenVPN key. And so it says they're fun birds, but wow, do they squawk? Yeah, they sure do. They're very, very loud birds too. Okay, so download configuration file. That's going to download the OpenVPN key to your downloads folder over here. So from there, where are we? Downloads folder. So if we go into the downloads folder, we're going to see that there's the OpenVPN key here. So it's your username and then .openvpn. So to access the Tryhackme network, we can run sudo with OpenVPN and then the name of the key file. So it's going to be, for me, it's going to be this one. We're going to paste that in, and then we're going to run OpenVPN with sudo. So OpenVPN doesn't work unless you're using sudo with it or unless you're the root user. So you'll know that you're connected to the network. We're just going to use another console here. When you do IPA or ifconfig in your machine, you're going to see that you have a ton0 interface. So ton0 or ton1, these are interfaces that are associated with VPN connections. And if you have a ton0 connection and you have an IP address, then you're probably connected to the network. So from here, you can go ahead and access any of the machines on the Tryhackme network, and you should be able to access them. So we're going to go back to the DVWA room, which is at this link. And then we're going to access the room. We're going to start the machine, and I'll show you a couple of OS command injection exercises over at the DVWA room. Jake Mr. X says, etc. hosts. You're not necessarily going to see your IP address for the Tryhackme network in your etc. host file, but you might have to use the etc. host file if you want to define some sort of domain on the Tryhackme network. Okay, so you're gonna have to wait a little bit for the IP address to appear. If anybody is actually connecting to the DVWA room and doing this exercise along with me, let me know in the chat. I like demonstrating for you all, but if you're following along with me, that makes me feel like I'm doing an even better job. Okay, so we've got our IP address over here. So we're going to copy the IP address by clicking on here. If we actually have access to the Tryhackme network, we should be able to paste in the IP address for our Tryhackme room and access the DVWA room from our web browser. So this gives us the indication that we're connected. And let's go ahead and log into the DVWA room. The username is going to be admin, and the password is going to be password. Then click on login. So this is the DVWA web application. This is a place where you can learn a lot of different web application vulnerabilities and how to hack against them. Jake Mr. Axe says DVD. Yeah, this is a classic. So you can learn about brute forcing attacks. You can learn about command injection, server-side request forgery, CSRF, file inclusion, file upload, a bunch of different vulnerabilities. You can learn all about them using this this test room over here. The first thing you need to do when you arrive at the DVWA application is we have to adjust the security settings. So we go down the menu until we reach DVWA security. We click on it, and then we change the security level because the security level starts at impossible. And if we keep it at impossible, we're not going to be able to do any of the challenges. So we're going to go down. After we go to the DVWA security page, we go down to the drop-down menu, and we change this from impossible to low. After we do that, we click on submit, and that's going to change the security. We'll know that we've done this correctly if it says security level is currently low. After that, we can go to the desired section of the website, and we want to go to the command injection portion of the website. So click on command injection, and now we're going to see this menu here, ping a device. So it says enter an IP address. We've got a little input field, and we've got a submit button. So for example, if we do 127.0.0.1 and we click on submit, so ping a device, usually ping is associated with we're going to run ping with some IP address, and this IP address is your own device, or not your device, but the web server's device for DVWA. Click on submit, and it's going to give you this output over here. So if an application looks like it's running some sort of OS command, and this definitely does look like it's running some sort of OS command, it looks like it's running the ping command, then we need to test the application for OS command injection. So like I said while we were doing the Natus levels, if we do semicolon and then hash symbol and then whatever we want to do in between, so for example the whoami command, this semicolon over here is going to quit out of the ping command, and the hash symbol is going to nullify whatever comes after the ping command, and then we can just run the whoami command. So click on submit, and it says we are the www data user. Okay, so that proves that that we have OS command injection on the box. There's no flag or other real objective on this box, but what we can do is we can try to get a connection to the web server. We can try to get a reverse shell on the web server. What we would do is actually maybe we don't need to go as far as to get a reverse shell on the web server, but what we can do is we can do some snooping around. So for example, we can find out what other users are on the system, so we can cat the etc password file. So if you're wondering what payload I'm using this one. Okay, so we see here that there are a bunch of different users on the system, but only a few of them actually have login. So most of these are service accounts, and service accounts in Linux, they're used by particular programs and services to run commands. Most of them have no login. They're not allowed to log into the server, but we do have a couple of accounts that can log into the server. So for example, they've got the root account, which has this shell right here, bin bash, and we have one more. We've got the Ubuntu user, and the Ubuntu user also has the bin bash shell, which means there are two legitimate users. There's root and then there's Ubuntu. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's try a more difficult OS command injection, just to finish off our exercise. So what we need to do in this case is go back to DVWA security, and we're going to increase the difficulty here. So click on DVWA security, and we're going to set the security to 1 higher than the low level over here. So we're going to set it from low to medium, and then we're going to click on submit. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the command injection over here. So this is the link, command injection. So it says enter an IP address. If we do 127.0.0.1, we're going to see the same ping output again. Okay, so this means that the ping command is being used. If we try our usual payload, it's probably not going to work. Let's submit it and find out. It doesn't give us any information. So I guess I guess what we need to do is we need to get creative about how we're going to do our command. So let's try something legitimate. This, and then we'll try the semicolon to quit out of the command. See if it works. Jake Mr. Hack says burp suite. Burp suite. Yeah, we could do burp suite. Huh. So I guess we were able to include the semicolon, but we also need to provide a legitimate command. So in this case, we can do semicolon, and then let's do who am I and see if we actually get. Okay, so if we give a second command after the semicolon, then we don't get anything. Alright, so what can we do from here? If anybody has any suggestions, I'm welcome to listen to them, because I don't think I've done this exercise before, the medium level. Okay, so let's see, 127. Actually, yeah, maybe we should use Burp Suite to automate this. It might make it a little faster. So I'm going to open up my Burp Suite. And then I'm going to open up my Burp Suite browser, which is connected to Burp Suite. Okay, so from here we're going to go to proxy and then intercept. Intercept, we need to make sure that intercept is off. Then we're going to open up the Burp Suite browser. Hey everybody, let's do a fun redeem, because I haven't done one in a little bit. How about the frog song? It's just a little let's see. Jake Pistrak says I used Burp Suite and used every character. So That's interesting. I'm gonna take a look at this myself. So this is the... Actually, I need to log in first. Yeah, I need to log into the application first, otherwise it's not gonna work. So in my Burp Suite browser, I need to do my login process for the DVWA app again. Let me do that really quick. Admin, password. No response received from remote server. Huh. There might be... I think there's something weird going on here. Okay. Admin, password. Let's try logging in. Okay, yeah, we were able to log in this time. Okay, we're going to go down to DVWA security to change it to the medium level over here. Then submit. MC25 says, probably answered before, I forgot why we're not using Foxy Proxy versus built-in browser. We're using Foxy Proxy because I don't have to configure the CA certificate, because I hate configuring the CH certificate. That's why we use the built-in browser. It's just it's also a lot easier for me to describe when I'm talking to newbies about installing Burp Suite. But welcome to the stream, MC25. And why don't you have a all the things? This is drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so we're gonna move over to the command injection vulnerability, and we're gonna try 127.0.0.1, and we're gonna submit this. After we do this, this is going to be recorded by Burp Suite, and after this, we don't need to use the browser anymore. So we're just going to minimize the browser, and then we're going to go over to Burp Suite. In Burp Suite, we're going to get the request that sent the command over. So we're going to go to proxy, and then we're going to go over to HTTP history, and we're going to go over to the bottom of the list. So these are all of the requests that we sent through the Burp Suite browser, and the one we're looking for is the post request sent to the vulnerabilities/exec endpoint over here. So from here, this is the response. This is the request that we want to replay. So the post request to /exec, we're going to right click on it on the request over here, and then we're going to send it to the repeater. So after we send it to the Burp Suite repeater, we're going to be able to replay the request as many times as we want. So we see that the repeater tab is lit up here. We're going to click on repeater, and now we've got our request that we can send to the application. So we see here that we've got all of the our request headers that we're sending to the application. Normally you don't see these. You don't see these if you're just using your regular web browser, but since we're using Burp Suite, we can see all the information that we're sending along. Thank you very much for following Dan E-Boy. Danny Boy. Welcome, and you are now HackerFrog. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so what's going on here? We see here that we've got we're sending some information to the server, and we're sending an IP address. This is where we can inject our OS command injection payload. So we're going to send a legitimate IP address, but we're also going to see if we can send the double pipe. Actually, no, we're going to send the double ampersand and see if we can give another command, like who am I? So this looks a bit weird. We're gonna URL encode the double ampersand because it might get mixed up. So I'm just going to encode this double ampersand into URL encoding. Let's convert selection, URL encode key characters. Okay, so we've now URL encoded the double ampersand. We're gonna send this and see if we can get something. Let's take a look at the response. So in the response, I don't think we got anything. Okay, so there's a request window and a response window in Burp Suite. In the response window, there's actually something very convenient that you can do, and that's you can click on the render tab right here. So in the response, you can click on render, and it's going to give you a web browser rendered version of the response. So in this case, you're going to see, this little snapshot over here. This is what it would look like in the response if you rendered it in the web browser. So let's just make sure that this is working properly by sending it a proper request. And then after that, let's take a look at the response. So in the response here, we did get something back because we used a legitimate payload. So we got something back. But I wonder what it is we need to do to get the web application to give us a legitimate response in this case. We can't use double ampersand. If we use double ampersand, who am I? And then submit this, we're not going to get anything back. Oh wait, we did get something back. That's interesting. Jake Mr. X says, I like Intruder. I can see the code response. Yeah. I like using, well, we also get the code response in here as well. So we got 200 OK in the response. So you don't necessarily need to use the Intruder to see the response. Huh, so we... Okay. So I think maybe we can play around with this a little bit and get a legitimate response to the who am I command. Let's take a look. Okay, we didn't get a legitimate response. How can we do this now? Let's see, who am I? Anyways. What is another injection we could try? How about or double pipe? 127.0.0.1 or who am I? Yeah, we can try the double pipe and see if it works. Maybe it'll work, maybe not. Okay, so we were able to get the ping command to work, but it didn't give us the who am I output. Actually, one other thing I'm very interested in taking a look at. So over here, you can use, yeah, we can view the source code for the application here. So for each one of these DVWA exercises, you can scroll down and there's going to be a little button that says view source, and that's going to give us the PHP code that is being used to run the... Okay, so this helps us a lot. If we can see the source code, we can figure out what not to include here. Oh, okay. So they've got substitutions. They've got substitutions running on the application. So double ampersand is going to be substituted with nothing, and the semicolon is going to be substituted with nothing. So if we give a semicolon, it's going to replace it with nothing before it runs the application. You know what? This gives me an idea. We could probably double up on our semicolons, and it might delete one semicolon, but let the other one through. Let's test this out. So where are we? Let me get rid of this. Okay, so let's try double semicolon, and then who am I? And then click on submit. Nope. How about double semicolon, who am I? How about semicolon inside of quotes, who am I? How about triple semicolon? Just add more semicolons. Okay, this all gets substituted with nothing. How about or double pipe or who am I? Okay, this works. We got the payload. So the payload we needed to use was double pipe. So double pipe means or something. So it's either the ping command or the who am I command. And because the ping command errored out, we got it to run the who am I command. Okay. All right, so we managed to solve that that level as well. Great. So not that we solved it completely clean, of course. We needed to take a look at the source code before we could do that. So An interesting thing is studying the source code for these applications to see exactly where the vulnerability happens. So it runs ping with 4 counts on the target, and the target is going to be defined by the user input. All right. So let's go ahead and close out this guided section. Well, it wasn't exactly guided because I didn't know how to solve this problem at first. Anyways, let's move on to the last section of today's stream. The last section of today's stream, we're going to be doing some exercises over at Bug Bounty Labs. I'm actually pretty excited to try out this new platform, and the platform is called Bug Bounty Labs. Let me get the link. bugbountylabs.com. There you go. There's a link. And before we move on, let me close out all this stuff over here. Let me do a little bit of cleanup. Keep our file system nice and clean. I will get rid of my VPN connection. Okay. Okay, so this is Bug Bounty Labs. Bug Bounty Labs is a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers that have web applications on them. So you deploy the... Jake Mr. Axe says Bug Bounty Labs is a CTF. Yeah, it's a CTF. It's a CTF platform where you can download Docker containers, and then you deploy the Docker containers, and then you do hacking against the containers that have the web application on them. So let's go ahead and try this out. I think I saw some different vulnerabilities down here. So they've got all of your usual suspect vulnerabilities: XSS, SSRF, SSTI, SQL. This is a bunch of letter salad for some people. If you don't know about web app vulnerabilities, this is all going to be very, very foreign to you. And let me just check to see if there are... This category right here I'm very interested in. It's called broken access control. And broken access control is basically whenever you can look at other users' information inside of a web app that you're not supposed to. And I want to try this out. So there are two exercises here. There's one called access, and there's one called listing. So let me try this one called access. Gaming PTY says, "Is it free?" Yeah, it should be. It should be free. I didn't see anything on the website that said that it isn't free. One thing that might get in the way is Bug Bounty Labs is a Spanish language website, which means that you might not be able to read everything on the website. Of course, you can Google Translate everything if it's getting in your way. Looking for the language button. Yeah. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube, and we also run the bird videos. How about this bird video? This is a really good clip. It's got some really high definition bird footage. Okay, I'm going to take a little water break. I'll be back in just a little bit. So, for anybody who doesn't know, there's a little, that's a little finch. That's a house finch, I think. That's a female house finch. Tiger Girl says there's a transcat extension for Firefox. Transcat, I guess that's a translation application. It's my guess. Alright, we've got ads ending in about 10 seconds or so. Gaming PTY says, did you do Natus today? Yeah, we did a couple of levels from Natus today. I've decided to take a little break from Natus and to try something new for Web App Wednesday. Translate, yeah. Let's go ahead and put the birds away. And it looks like there's some problem with accessing some of the labs over here. So I'm not gonna do broken access control. Maybe I can do another vulnerability instead. Let's try server-side template injection. That's something we know about. Okay, let's see if they've got the, oh, looks like they don't have server-side template injection. Hold on. This doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Okay, they've got cross-site scripting. We've got open redirects. We've got broken access control, and we've got external XML entities. Let's try the open redirect and see if we have any success there. It looks like the servers over at Bug Bounty Labs are kind of laggy. Why don't you all try to access the website yourself and let me know if you're having some connectivity issues. Because I seem to be having some problems. I'm going to try loading up another page as well. Let's try the external XML entities page. Jake Mr. Hack says, I like Portswigger. Many bugs you can learn. Yeah. I like to try finding different platforms because I like to change things up. It looks like we've got an XML entities challenge over here. Let's see if we can access it. Okay. We've got... let's go ahead and see if we can access this challenge here. Let me do some translation first. Okay, we can... There's download and there's instructions. Let's try the downloads link. Okay, we managed to download the file. Great. Hope this doesn't take over my computer. That would be embarrassing. Anyways, if anybody else is looking for the download link, this is the link. And it looks like it downloaded to my downloads directory here. So it is here, Bug Bounty Labs entity.zip. So I'm going to unzip the file. Okay, it looks like we got a Python script as well. Huh, what does this Python script do? It compromises your computer. Alright, let's look at the Python script first. Okay, so we've got a message. Oh, everything's in Spanish. Okay, so let's go ahead and feed this to the AI to make sure that there's nothing weird going on in the script. And they've got instructions here too, so we should probably take a look at the instructions. That probably helps. If you read the instructions, that'd be nice. Let's translate this. Okay, user instructions. Download the machine. Okay, we did that. You're going to get a compressed zip file, right? Run the script. Each machine is associated Python script that automates the download, execution, and removal of each laboratory. We simply have to run the script and it forms automatically. We will get the IP address. Okay, step 3, error. For everything to work properly, whether we use Linux or Windows, we have to have Docker and Python installed in the system. So we do. I'm going to feed the Python scripts to the AI to make sure that there's nothing nefarious happening in here. What does this script do? Paste in the script. So, You know, it'd be really funny. It would be really funny if Docker was colluding with some organization, and if I paste in the script and ask what it does, it says it's perfectly fine, but it's actually hacking me. Okay, so it's a Python program designed to manage Docker containers and images, especially for a machine called Entity. Here's a breakdown of what it does. Executes a shell command and returns the output. If the command fails, it prints error and returns none. Downloads a Docker image using Docker pull. Displays a progress bar while the image is being downloaded. Once the download is complete, it prints a completion message. Starts a Docker container from the specified image in the detached mode. Runs the container ID. Great. Retrieves the IP address by running the container. Prints the IP address. Thank you very much for following. Just Mazard. Thank you very much. It's not working in virtual machine? No. This is the Docker version of doing the challenge. So it's basically we're going to download the Docker image by using the Python script over here, and then we're going to deploy the machine. So everybody, you don't necessarily have to run this on your own machine. Watch me first, just to make sure that that the machine doesn't do anything bad to my system before you try it out yourself. Okay, we're doing some new stuff over here. And just Mazard, here is a Nancat for you. Thank you very much for following on to Twitch. Okay. So stop and remove all containers from the specified image. Remove the Docker image. Checks if the Docker image already exists on the system. Handles signal interrupt to clean up resources. Okay. Privilege check. Check scripts if it's being run as the root user. If not, I have to run the script as root. Okay, this is getting a little sketchy. Displays the banner and credits for the creator of the script. Checks if the Docker image already exists. If not, it skips the download step. If the image does not exist, it downloads the image using this. Great. Jake Mr. X says, your OS system Kali Linux is in virtual machine. You're not installed on the PC. So here's the thing. I've got Kali. I'm running on Kali Linux right now, and Kali Linux is running in a virtual machine. And if for some reason the Python script here destroys my machine or infects it with malware, I should be relatively safe because Kali Linux is running in a virtualized environment. Okay. So graceful exit. Run the script as root. Okay. Download the Docker image. The script was designed for interactive use. It waits for the user input during the cleanup. Okay, so the next question is, we need to run this Python script as root or with sudo. Is there any danger to my Linux system if I do so? Don't be afraid. Well, you know, I need to be a little afraid. And the AI is not foolproof. The AI might not spot all the problems with the script, so we need to be careful. So running any script with sudo could potentially be dangerous. It grants a special script elevated privileges. Okay. Potential risks of running this script with sudo. So Docker commands. The script uses Docker commands, which require root privileges. If the script or the Docker image it uses is malicious, it could download and run a malicious container. Modify or delete files on your host system if the container is improperly configured. Okay. So signal handling. The script handles Control-C to clean up containers and images. If the cleanup logic is flawed, it might fail to stop or remove containers properly, accidentally delete important Docker images or containers. User input. The script asks for user input during cleanup, whether to delete the image. If the input handling is flawed, it could lead to unintended actions. Dependencies. The script assumes that Docker is installed and properly configured. If Docker is not configured, the script will fail but won't harm your system. Okay, Jake Mr. X says, problem DeepSeek may be a spy to the traffic in the network. Let's see, Tigrail says, I'm making a clone of my Kali VM. That's probably a safe thing to do. You want to make backups and what are they called? Snapshots of your virtual machines every once in a while, so you can revert to a previous snapshot if something goes horribly wrong, like you run a script and it deletes everything on your file system. So review the script, pay attention to the Docker image being used. So Bug Bounty Labs entity, ensure that it comes from a trusted source. Execute the commands it executes, such as docker run, docker rm, docker rmi. Run it in a safe environment. Test the script in a virtual machine or isolated environment where it cannot affect your main system. So that's what we're doing right now. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that we need to be careful with these scripts that we get off the internet, especially if we need to run them with sudo permissions. Okay, but anyways, I'm gonna run it. I'm going to, yeah, we just need to be aware that there could be potential problems. So let's go ahead and run the script with sudo. So sudo python bug bounty labs entity.py. All right, here goes nothing. So we're downloading the Bug Bounty Labs machine. Descargando la máquina entity. Espere por favor. Descarga completa. La IP de la máquina entry es this IP address right here. Okay. So this is the IP address right here for interacting with the web application. This is pretty typical IP address for Docker. MC25 just got a root shell on some guy named Tryhackme. Yeah. Thank you for that, MC25. All right, let's go ahead and go over to the IP address in question. Jake Mr. X says, of course, don't save passwords in the machine. Many people mistake saved passwords in the fields in the PC. Okay, so let's reload the page. It says unable to connect. That's unusual. Unable to connect. Okay, let's try scanning this with Nmap first of all. So let's scan all the ports. Let's scan. What else are we doing? Very verbose, common scripts and versioning information, T4. Okay, so okay, this is the problem. The problem is that the application isn't on port 80; it's on port 5000. Okay, so let's go ahead and access the application on port 5000 then. So we're going to go to HTTP, this IP address right here on port 5000. Oops, why did I do that? Port 5000. Okay, here we go. MC25, also your host file is set for gatekeeper. Right. Yeah, so I need to change that. So we were doing some other Docker. We were doing some other Docker exercises from Monday, and we needed to adjust our etc host file. So I need to edit the file again before I do this exercise here. Okay, so it looks like we've got a lab environment here. This is called XXE Level 1. XXE is XML external entities. It's basically a case where you can define extra things inside of the XML file that is being used by the application. So I haven't done the XXE vulnerability in a while, so I'm going to need to re-educate myself on how to do these XXE vulnerabilities. If you have knowledge about doing XXE attacks, please let us know in the chat, because we could always use your experience. So it looks like we're uploading something. We're uploading some sort of file. Let's... We can't do... Yeah, I'm going to assume that this is some sort of upload endpoint. So we need to select a file to upload. Let me create a test file. So echo, we have file upload, and we're going to redirect this to test.txt. Okay, so we've got this test.txt file. We'll try uploading this. So Tigerel says, excellent example of following good processes. Following good processes. Okay, so let's go ahead and try uploading this file. So select in the temporary directory. Where is it? Down here. Okay, so, oh, it's looking for an XML file. Interesting. Okay, so right over here, it indicates that it's looking for star.xml. So, let's do a little bit of research on XML, on XXE, XML external entities. I think I've done 1 or 2 CTF challenges with XXE before. So I'm gonna look this up in my write-ups, because I'm pretty sure I've done this before, but if I don't do something for a while, I forget it. Let me just do a little bit of research on inside of my write-ups. Just a second, everybody. Ah, okay. So there was a box that I did previously called external that had external XML entities, and it was from Volnex. So, okay. All right, let's create an XML file. So we're just going to go into Nano. We're going to call this what are we going to call it? Evil.xml. There you go. So we've got our evil XML file, and let's go ahead and create this XML file. Tigerel has got a payload for us. Thank you very much for following, Gabby8411. Thank you very much. You are now HackerFrog. And why don't you have one of these?
Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so this is what I this is the payload I have from my previous challenge, and let's see if this works. So what are we doing here? So we're defining the XML file. We've got XML version 1.0. Encoding is going to be UTF-8. We've got a doc type equal to foo, and then we define an entity. So the entity is going to be example. So the name of the entity is example, and we run system etc password. So we try to get the web server's etc password file, and then we've got the rest of the XML file over here, which includes the name of the entity that we define. So we defined example over here, and example is system etc password. Okay. I don't know if this is necessarily going to work one-to-one because it's for a different environment, but I'm going to try uploading this to see what happens. So we're going to save this out, and we're going to upload the evil.xml file. Oh, if you're wondering what... And Tigerel, thank you very much for providing your example there. I'm going to try the one that I have here first. If it doesn't work, I'll try your payload to see if it works better. So this is what I have for my payload. Jake Mr. Hack says you don't need Burp Suite for XXE. Sometimes you need to use Burp Suite. I tried to not use Burp Suite if I don't need to for these web vulnerabilities, because I like to demonstrate how stuff can be done without specialized tools like Burp Suite. But anyways, let's upload this file. Okay, so evil.xml, let's upload that. And then confirm, I think. And then it says unidentified entity. Okay. I need to get my translation app to figure out what's going on in Spanish. Server response. Error processing XML, undefined entity, and example on line 3, column 16. Okay, so maybe that's not going to work. Black says, can I ask a question? Yes, of course you can ask a question. Hopefully it's related to cybersecurity. Go ahead. Okay, so does that mean that this didn't go through? Was it not uploaded? The other thing that we need to do is we need to figure out where these files are being uploaded to. So let me start naming my tabs here. So we've got nmap enumeration, and then another tab we're going to do web enumeration. Let's make these all colorful. Jake Mr. Axe says, he wants to know how many birds you have. I actually don't own any birds. These are all birds that come to my bird feeder. They're not my birds. They belong to the wild. Okay, this is going to be the Docker tab. Docker container. Let's make this brown. Okay. All right. So web enumeration. We need to figure out where the upload directory is. Let's just do dirb to see if there's. Couldn't connect to host. Couldn't connect. Okay. The reason why it couldn't connect was that it was using the wrong port. I need to specify port 5000. Tigerl says, I believe system should refer to the actual system name, maybe. I'm not sure about that. Let's run Nikto on the same host. And we should probably... Let's run a Ferrix Buster. Because we need to figure out where the XML files are being uploaded to. So how about Ferrix Buster on 172.17.02 on port 5000. Okay, so we've got a static directory, styles.css. The laboratory is here. Okay, so let's take a look at what the translation is for this. Because it is nicer to be able to read what is on the screen. That'd be nice. Let's paste it in. Learn how to easily exploit an XXE upload a file. Okay. So it says upload a file, and it says that there was a problem with the entity in XXE in the XML file. Let's take a look at the source code for this page to see if there's something important to pay attention to. All right, so they have they're referencing the static directory here. I don't think that really matters too much. So file accept.xml required. Great. Okay, Tigerl says in mine, use the entry within the product ID. Use the entry within the product ID value. Yeah, maybe I'll try Tigrail's payload. I think this is the payload for. I think this is the payload for the what is it called? For the Portswigger lab. So Portswigger Labs has a bunch of XXE labs as well, and I'm pretty sure that Tigrail's payload is for one of those laboratories. Let's go ahead and make this. We'll call it Tigrail.xml. Let's paste this in. Okay, so what's going on in this payload? So once again, we're making an XML file, and the encoding is going to be in UTF-8. Doc type is foo, as usual. Entity, we're going to name our entity XXE in this case. So it's going to do system, file, etc. password. Okay. And then the regular code is going to be stock check product ID something something. And then we include the name of the XML entity, which is XXE. Okay, I think we might need to find out what the regular XML file looks like. But let's save this and let's try uploading this. Okay, so let's do the upload. Okay, so it's, yeah, undefined entity XXE. So it doesn't like these random entity names. So we need to, I think what we need to do is figure out what the proper entity name is supposed to be. Okay. What we were doing. Okay, so Ferrex Buster over here. We haven't found the upload endpoint yet. But do we need to find the upload endpoint? I think we do. Let me try editing one of the XXE files. So the entity needs to have a specific name. I'm not too sure what the what name the application is looking for. Maybe we can guess. Undefined entity, right? Error processing the XML. So Tigerl says to test systematically for XXE vulnerabilities, you're going to need to test each data node in the XML individually by making use of your defined entity. Defined entity. See where it appears in the response. Yeah. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so people on YouTube also get an ad. And let's go ahead and look at... How about these birds? That's a lot of birds. Alright, we'll be back in about a minute. I just need to have a little water break. Just a second. Okay, everybody. If you need to, if you need to get a snack, if you need to have a drink, if you need to use the washroom, if you need to have a stretch, go ahead and do so. Don't sacrifice your health to watch live streams. Please take care of your personal needs. But we're going to put the birds away and continue on with our journey in web application security stuff. Let's do it. Tigrail says there will often be a large number of data values within the submitted XML, any one of which can be used within the application's response. So I was thinking maybe we can create a bunch of different XML files that have different data inside of them. So they might have something in Kali Linux for this, and let's locate seclists and let's look for XXE. No. How about let's just look for testxxe.py. This looks promising. Mod XXE, XXE payloads, xxe.py. Yeah, there's probably some sort of systematic way of testing for XXE. We could also try asking the AI, because the AI is, such a great teacher, right? We are testing for XXE on a web app. We do not know what the proper names of entities are in the XML file. And we need a proper entity name. Spell the word entity correctly. Entity name to upload the file. How should we proceed? Okay, so testing for XML external entities vulnerabilities includes exploiting the way an application processes XML input. If you don't know the proper names of the entities in the XML file, you can still proceed with this systematic approach to discover and exploit XXE vulnerabilities. Here's a step-by-step guide. Understand the application's XML input. Identify where the application accepts XML input, file uploads, API requests, etc. Analyze the expected structure of the XML file by reviewing documentation, sample requests, or reverse engineering the application. Craft a generic XXE payload. If you don't know entity names, start with a generic XXE payload that tests for basic XXE vulnerabilities. For example, this. Okay, so this isn't going to work because it's going to throw an error saying that XXE isn't a proper entity name. So the payload defines, okay, great. Test for blind XXE. If the application does not return the external entity's content directly, it might still be vulnerable to blind XXE using the following techniques. Out-of-band exploitation. Okay, error-based. Use a payload that triggers an error containing sensitive data. If the application returns an error message, it is vulnerable. Enumerate entity names. If you need to discover valid entity names, try the following. Use common entity names. So common entity names, for example, user, username, email, file, data, content. Okay, so we can try the common entity names. Or we can try using a tool like Burp Suite Intruder. Okay. I think we might actually need to do FFUF or Burp Suite Intruder to do this attack, because we don't know what the proper entity name is supposed to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start up Burp Suite again. I know we love using Burp Suite. This is Web App Wednesday, so we should learn how to use Burp Suite. For the longest time I I didn't like opening up Burp Suite because I felt like Burp Suite was a bit too much, and I wasn't very confident about using Burp Suite. But you need to get over that fear, because Burp Suite is a very it's a very common tool to use, especially when you're doing web app security testing. And being reluctant to use Burp Suite doesn't help you. Okay, let's go ahead and open up the Burp Suite browser. And then we can check out the application afterwards. Okay. Let's go ahead and... So I'm going to choose my evil XML file. Where is it? Here. We're going to try uploading it. Okay, so it says that there's an undefined entity example over here. And let's go ahead and minimize the browser, and then we'll look in Burp Suite at the HTTP history. We've got our post request right here. Tigerl says, Portswigger says, the vast majority of XXE vulnerabilities can be found quickly and reliably using Burp Suite's web vulnerability scanner. They would say that, because the web vulnerability scanner is a paid product. I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm saying that we don't have the paid vulnerability scanner, so we can't use that. We can't use it to find the vulnerability. But we should probably learn how to find the vulnerabilities manually as well. Okay, so post, we've got a request here. Let's send this to the repeat. Actually, we don't need to send it to the repeater. We need to save this to a file, because we're not going to use Burp Suite to do the XXE attack. We're going to try using FFUF to fuzz the program and find the proper entity name. So we're going to copy the file. We're going to do request.txt, save it out. Tigerl says, manually testing for XXE vulnerabilities generally involves testing for file retrieval by defining an XML and external entity based on a well-known operating system file, and using that entity and data that is returned in the application's response. Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to fuzz the application to see what the proper name is going to be for the entity. So let's go ahead and try doing that. Okay. So we've got our request.txt down here. We need to define the fuzzing point. Let's see. Testing for blind XXE vulnerabilities by defining an external entity. Burp collaborator is perfect for the purpose. I'm pretty sure that we're not dealing with a blind XXE vulnerability, because this is supposed to be the easy level for the vulnerability. But I don't know. It could become really difficult. Who knows? Okay, so what's going on here? So we're going to do some fuzzing, and in this case, we're going to fuzz the example over here, because this is the name of the entity that we're providing. So we're going to do fuzz up here, and we're going to do fuzz in the entity definition over here as well. So example becomes fuzz. Black says, I need to submit RSA private key as part of the challenge. It asked me to format it in a way in which it would only consist of numbers. Do you know which format this could be? So, format that consists of only numbers. They're probably talking about hex encoding. So you would take... So it's either hex encoding or it's... It's probably hex encoding. So you would go to an application, maybe like I don't know, maybe ASCII to hex. Yeah, something like this. And then you would convert your text from ASCII into hexadecimal, and then submit that. If that doesn't work, if you're talking about strict decimal numbers, then I'm not too sure what it would be. If you're looking for numbers only, yeah, that would be tough. That'd be tough. First you would convert it into hexadecimal, and then you would take the hexadecimal and then you convert it into decimal, which would probably be a really, really big number. But I hope that helps a little bit. Okay, so we're fuzzing. We're fuzzing here in the entity name, and then we're fuzzing here. Hopefully FFUF is gonna fuzz both of these locations. And then we're gonna run FFUF. So FFUF, we're gonna run it on with the request. Actually, hold on. So it's going to be FFUF requests, and then we're going to provide a word list, but it's going to be a custom word list because we got from the AI some common entity names. So user, username, email, file, data, content. We're just going to copy those and we're going to turn that into a little list. So over here, common entity names.txt. Okay, so let's make a little list. Okay, yeah, so Blacky, let me know if that works. If it works, let me know, and then I can then I can feel good about myself. Okay, so we created our common entity list over here. We're gonna run FFUF, and actually let's call this one our brute forcing tab. Let's change the color. We'll make it nice and red. So the word list is going to be common It's interesting that that the size of the responses are all the same. Okay. Actually, no. The size of the responses are all different because the it corresponds with the length of the name that we provide. Yeah, so that makes sense. The length of the word. That's correct. Okay, let's get a list. Let's get a list of entity names that we can do fuzzing with. Let's get out of here. So let's see. Locate XXE. Is there a list of we've got a bunch of stuff here. XXE payloads.ini. Test xxe.py. Let's take a look in this list. Feels like seclist would have one. Yeah, I don't see one in seclist here, unfortunately. Let's take a look inside this file. Oh. A test file for XXE injection, username test, password test. That's funny. Seclist fuzzing XXE fuzzing.txt. Does that exist? Let me check it out. Locate seclist. And let's see. Locate seclist grep fuzzing. Grep fuzzing. Okay, we got XSS, we've got user agents, we've got grep fuzzing grep XXE. Okay, fuzzing XXE fuzzing.txt. Great. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. MC25. Let's take a look at this file. Okay, so this just says XXE. Huh. All right. It looks like this isn't going to help too much. You know what? I'm going to ask the AI for some assistance here. Okay. We are going to brute force the entity name. Provide a list of common entity names, one per line with no numbering. Okay, so we got XXE. Tigerl says XXE. I think we tried that already. We tried that name. It didn't quite work. Okay, so DeepSeek is giving us a bunch of words. Okay, let me try this one out. All right, let's put it in the file. Okay, so we've got a bunch more words here. Let's feed it into FFUF. So the problem is we can't really tell which ones were successful because they all come back status 200. We need to look for some sort of anomaly. Tigrel is so the XXE payload you've got there. Have you tested that one out yet? So size 190. Yeah, I can't tell which one might be. Actually, we might look for something that takes longer to reply. We got 139, 140, 141, 144. That seems a bit... I don't even know how to do this. So all of these have the same word count. They've got the same word count, the same line count. They're all the same status. So maybe I should use the intruder in this case, because I can't quite figure it out. Like I said, if anybody has experience with XXE testing and you're willing to give us some advice, I'm very open to taking that advice. I'm guessing that if we upload something successfully, it's going to give us a very different response. Okay, so let's see if Ferrex Buster found anything. So Ferrex Buster still hasn't found anything. And it's going to take... I wonder why it's taking so long. Let's try going into the static directory in the application. See if there's anything in there. What was the page called again? static/styles.css. Okay. Devan, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome. We're just doing some web app security testing. It's going very well. Why don't you have a Nyan Cat on me? There you go. Thank you for following Slyborg. That's a great name. That's a great name. Thank you for joining the HackerFrogs. Let's see. Tigerl says used for targeting local files. XML copy edit. Entity shadow system. Entity host system. File equals etc shadow. Etc shadow, etc password. We can try. We can try it out. Don't know if it's going to work or not, but we can certainly try it out. So let's go ahead and I'm taking Tigrail's payload here, and we're going to give it a try. Because what's the worst that can happen? The worst thing that can happen is that it doesn't work. Okay, let's try uploading it. Okay, so error processing XML syntax error line 1 column 1. Just giving suggestions. No worries, no worries. I understand we're all just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. I think there was something wrong with the XML file in this case. Oh, okay. We need to do the definition line on the top. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, so we need to do this. When we create the XML file. XML version XYZ. I think what we would do is we would do this, right? Although that's probably not good. Hold on. Just in case, it's probably not quite the right syntax. No element found in line 2. I think it's because we need to include something else. Yeah, this stuff right here. we need to name. We need to name our entity. So entity password. Password. Okay, let's give it a go. Not well formed invalid token. I screwed this up. It shouldn't be this hard, right? It shouldn't be this hard. This is supposed to be a beginner level. It's supposed to be a beginner level challenge. Let's take a look at the instructions over here, just to make sure that we're looking at the right thing. So this is going to be XXE. This is the entity challenge. Just Mozart says, I'm currently resolving Docker Labs easy machines without write-ups. Should I be able to find some easy bounty? Thanks. I am an experienced IT professional. Okay. Just Mozart, hello, and welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. You're saying I'm currently doing Docker Labs easy machines without the write-up. Should I be able to find some... So the easy machine, there's occasionally some there's some tricky scenarios in the easy machines, and you shouldn't be able to find it. I don't know if you're going to be able to find it super easy at the easy level. There is the very easy level, and most of the machines at the very easy level are very easy. Go ahead and try some of the very easy machines at Docker Labs. And if you're having a very easy time, then try a couple of the easy machines. I've got a list on YouTube. Oops. YouTube. The Shy Hat. That's me. I started publishing a playlist for Docker Labs very easy machines. Not saying that you need to. You probably don't need a walkthrough for very easy machines on Docker Labs, but try the very easy machines first and do a couple of them, just so you can get a sense for what they're going to be like. Yeah, I've got a couple of videos for Docker Labs very easy machines over here. I'll just leave it in chat. But just Mozart, welcome to the channel. Go ahead and if the very easy machines are no problem for you, try the easy machines. They're not, for the most part, they're not super difficult, but they might have like a weird thing here and there that might be a little bit more difficult. Okay. Yeah, there must be something I'm doing wrong. Okay, let me ask. Is there such thing as a generic XML file we can use as a base for file upload as far as XXE testing is concerned? Tiger says, was waiting on my VM to clone before running the Docker. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Just Mozart says, I need to find a real bounty like in Hacker 101 in order to get a job. Ah, okay. Just Mozart, are you trying to pivot from general IT into cybersecurity? Is that what you're trying to do? MC25 says, you can always find a bounty, but keep in mind you can spend months and never find one. So, yeah, the other thing is if you're trying to get into bug bounty hunting, it's not for the faint of heart. Just Mazard says, while doing a master's degree, and not for the job. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think what you definitely what you want to do is you want to figure out which part of cybersecurity is something that you really like, because it's there's nothing worse than doing a job that you're not passionate about. What you want to do is you want to find like the part of cybersecurity that really excites you, and then do more training and do more education on that particular specialty. So, for example, if you really like doing web applications, or if you really like doing network security testing, or if you really like cryptography or digital forensics or anything else, find out what specialty makes you really excited, and then find out what job uses that specialty, and then go from there. Okay, so use XXE Injector. Huh, there's a specialized tool called XXE Injector? I didn't know. Let's go ahead and try looking for that. XXE Injector. A tool for automatic exploitation of XXE. Well, we're having troubles. Maybe we can try this tool and see if it works. Automates retrieving files using direct and out-of-band methods. Directory listing only works in Java. Brute forcing method needs to be used for other applications. Brute forcing method needs to be used for other applications. Just Mazard says, I like bash scripting and Python scripting, so I thought red teaming might be a nice thing to do as I started in IT for this. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, well, You say you really like bash scripting and Python scripting. I think you do a lot of bash scripting and Python scripting when you're doing web app stuff too. How familiar are you with web app development? Did you ever do any development for web apps, or what kind of role did you do in IT, if you don't mind me? I need some water. I've been talking too much. Just a second, I'm going to have a little water break. But yeah, red teaming isn't something that you red teaming is a tough thing to do, a tough thing to go immediately into. Most people who go into red teaming are they have a number of years working in a security testing role first, and then you move over to something like the red team. Just Mazard says 1 year in CCERT team monitoring CPD, 2 years in level 2 for externalized Google Workspace project, 5 months in GCP level 1. I've done programming for web apps for academic purposes. Yeah. I think I mean if doing security testing is something that you're interested in, I would definitely do a bunch of challenges from different CTF platforms. Try out Docker Labs. Docker Labs is pretty fun. You also get to brush up on your Spanish in case you wanted to learn more Spanish. And yeah, let us know how the journey's going, because I am interested in seeing how people pivot from one part of IT into cybersecurity. And if you have any more questions about what kind of stuff you do in different roles, let me know. Just Mozart says, fortunately, I'm from Spain. Okay. I guess the Spanish will not be a big problem for you then. Awesome. Okay. Let me try. Yeah, let's try using this this XXE Injector tool over here and see if it can help us out. Okay, we're gonna git clone this. Just going to go over to the temp directory, and let's do a git clone for this project, XXE injector. And let's move into the directory, take a look at the README. So Ruby XXE injector path. Okay. So what are we doing? Brute forcing files, enumerating using direct exploitation, enumerating unfiltered ports, uploading files, system commands. Which one do you think would fit our scenario best? Enumerating etc. directory in HTTPS application. I don't think we need HTTPS, but I think we can enumerate the etc. directory over here. So let's try using the tool. Okay, so Ruby, we need to specify a port, we need to specify a path, we need to specify a file. Let's just try running it. Maybe we need to supply the file. Maybe the file will be created. Black says, I spent 5 hours on the RSA challenge and couldn't solve. It's 5 a.m. I know that feeling, Black. I've also done hours and hours of CTF solving only to not get a result. What do you know which step you're stuck on right now? I can't give you like direct answers, of course, because I'm not supposed to help people do active challenges. You know, there was the other user in here, right? There was another user in here doing the same challenge, I think. It was TG Artist, I think. That was their name. Did you get in contact with them? Enumeration options. Enumerate current file. Skip current file. Enumerate all files in current directory. Skip all files in current directory. Quit. Wrong HTTP file format. Okay, so do I need to supply... Wrong HTTP file format. Let's see, Black says, it's ridiculous that the RSA tool doesn't give me the correct key. The key is full of forward slashes. I can't comment as to how to use that tool. I've never actually used that tool before, but I have heard of it and I've seen it around. I haven't used that tool myself. Unfortunately, I can't really help you there. But let's go back to the README file. Okay, let's look for HTTP. File containing valid HTTP request with XML. Okay, so valid HTTP request with XML. I don't think I can provide that. Oh man. Yeah, no. So Black, I'm also, I've been testing this this easy level challenge over here and not having too much success. So I can feel your pain. Okay, what did I ask? I think I asked for a generic file or something. So, explanation of generic XML file. Yeah. Don't think this works. Actually, you know what? I'll try uploading it just for fun. MC25 says, I'd peek the walkthrough just for the first level to see if we are missing an XML file, etc. Get a feel for how they do these labs. So, I don't know. I think let me try a little bit longer. And if I don't have any success in maybe the next 15 minutes or so, maybe I'll take a look at a walkthrough. But it feels like I should be able to do this pretty easily, but I don't know. It's been a long time since I've done XXE vulnerability stuff. Let's try... No, hold on. I need to create the file first. Okay. Let's try uploading this thing. Yeah, so there's an unidentified entity in here. You know, maybe what we should do is we should get rid of all the entities. So if we just get rid of all the entities here, and we try uploading it now, is it going to complain? Okay, so it doesn't save it. It doesn't save the file, it just runs the... Huh. Okay, so I think this worked. It worked when we took all of the names of the entities out. So server response processed XML, right. So it processed the XML. The problem is... This is harder than I thought it would be. Yeah, I'm stuck. I'm stuck because I don't know what the proper entity name is. Huh. Okay. Let's just throw a lot of words at this thing, right? Let's nano the evil.xml file. Let's put in yeah. Hold on. Let me edit my request file, and then maybe we can do some more fuzzing. Nano request.txt. Okay. So name equals file, file name equals evil.xml. Is it just... I'm pretty sure it's not file. Okay, so we need to get a name with... We need to get a list with a lot of words. A lot of words. Let's try... Let's see, where were we doing brute forcing here? Okay. So instead of common entity names, let's just try something really big, like user share word lists, directory, Directory list 2.3 medium. Oh, word list, we have to do dirbuster. Dirbuster. Directory list 2.3 medium.txt. That's a lot of words. The problem is I'm not going to be able to identify. Actually, no. Actually, I know how we're going to find this. So the number of words is going to be different. Let's try filtering out. Let's try filtering out 326 words. So filter words, 326, and we'll also filter out words 325 for fun. And let's see if anything comes back. LT. That's weird. Huh. It looks like some of these cause the application to error out. Tigreal says, before injecting XXE, figure out where the vulnerable XML input is, look for file uploads, API endpoints, and web forms. Yeah. Well, I mean, we know it's the file upload in this case. So these 327s are not. I think when we find the correct entity name, it's going to come back with a lot of words because it's when we come across the correct entity name, it's going to give us a lot of output. It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be really big. Let's just leave this running for a little bit. Okay, we didn't find an upload endpoint because there's no upload endpoint. So if somebody Tigreal, have you started up your Docker container yet? Let me know, because I'm wondering if anybody else is actually working on the challenge right now. Let's get out of here. Yes. Okay. Okay. Great. Words. Testing now. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so looks like we get some errors whenever we... How long is this going to take? This is going to take another 10 minutes or so, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's go do something else. See, bad request. Port 5000. Yeah, there's only one port running on the system. I need to double check that there's only one port running on the system. Yeah, only one port, only port 5000. In the meantime, I can look for a list of entity names on the internet to see if there is something XXE payload entity name list. Injection payload list, okay. Injection payload list. Examples and prevention. Let's see what this is all about here. So XXE injection payload list, okay. Retrieve files, perform SSRF attacks. Basics XML example. XXE example. Replace. So, the example word is the entity in this case. XXE file disclosure. Let's see. Pebble says, I saw post in the source code. Post in the source code. Are we talking about this? Wait, I've got the, yeah, so we got our post request over here. We're talking about the get request. The response for the get request is this. And welcome, Pebble. Hey, nice to see you here. Let's see. Yeah, method post. Enc type multiport form data, class upload form, label for file. And we've got some type file, ID file, name file, except XML. Nice to see you here, Pebble. And, you know, we will give you a special redeem. How about you get a... which one do you like? How about the... oh, the Devil's Bedroom. There you go.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Yeah, so we can upload whatever we upload to the application is going to be interpreted by the application. So so we uploaded an XML file, and it ran the XML file, but we can't inject any entity name into the file that doesn't conform to what the application is looking for. So let me explain. So I'm making this evil.xml file here, and we've got this this name XXE that runs system get the file etc password. If we try inserting this in here, oops, what was it? And XXE, and we try to upload this, it's just going to give us an error that says it's that the entity name is not allowed. Black says you solved it. Congratulations, Black. Nice to see. Nice to see. How did you... Well, actually, don't tell us. Don't tell us because that's a spoiler. But, yeah. Not well-formed invalid token on line 6, column 11. It cost me 5 hours to find the solution, which I found like 4 hours ago. Yeah, that happens to me a lot too. So every once in a while, you'll be on the track to solve a problem, but you get distracted by something else, and then you get rabbit holed for like hours at a time, and that doesn't feel good. Okay, let's play some more music. How about this music from Independence War 2? It's one of my favorite soundtracks. Okay. Not well-formed invalid token. I think I must have screwed up the... syntax. Let me get the correct syntax over here. So it's gonna be... doing system, blind XXE, parameter entities. Oh, it's okay. So it's percent sign. All right, let's try that. Okay, let's try uploading this thing. Oh, this must not have been the correct format. What does that correct format look like? It's okay. It's ampersand, not percentage. Nano. Okay, let's change this back to the ampersand. Here we go. Yeah, right. So every time we try to execute on an entity, it says undefined entity. So it leads me to believe that the name has to be what the application is expecting. Tommy C06, thank you. Sorry, I didn't respond to your message earlier. Sorry about that, Tommy. But welcome to the stream, Tommy. And why don't you have one of these? Have all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so Black says, I was thinking of starting a master's, and there is a mandatory cryptography course in that program. I got the taste of cryptography already. Black, I hope you like mathematics, because there's a lot of advanced mathematics in cryptography. I started learning some more complicated mathematics to do stuff over at what was it called? cryptohack.com. If you don't know about cryptohack.com, let me go ahead and grab the website for you. cryptohack.com. cryptohack.org. Here you go. So go ahead, if you want to learn more about cryptography, go over there and try the challenges there. It gets pretty complicated after a while. You do a lot of you learn about modular arithmetic, and I don't know. I'm not exactly a big math person, so it was pretty difficult for me. What are we doing? Was I waiting on something? Oh, the brute forcing, right. We were using Ferex Buster. Did I finish using Ferex Buster? Okay, so the words... Yeah. Scan this nice and... Okay, ads running on Twitch. Alright, ads are running on Twitch. People on YouTube get ads too. And why don't you have... Oh, wait. I've got a file called Happy Birds. These are some happy birds. Alright, please enjoy the happy birds. We will be back in about a minute. I just need to take a little water break.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So yeah, these are... this is the happiest the happiest little group of birds I have I found in my my archives of bird videos. These birds are getting along and they're not fighting. It's nice to see. All right, let's put the birds away. All right, so I think I'm gonna throw in the towel for this one, because it's been like over an hour and we still haven't gotten the correct thing to do. I think there are write-ups directly on the Bug Bounty Labs pages. Let's see if I can grab one. So there's instructions, and yeah, there's a number of write-ups over here. Let's see. Position. Actually, is there no... Wait, are there no write-ups? I don't see any links. That's funny. That's funny what we can't find the write-ups. Lol rip. Maybe. Let's see if I can Google it real quick. Bug Bounty Labs entity write-up. Entity from Bug Bounty Labs. Yep, okay. It could be that it's hard to find write-ups for these challenges because there are not very many people. There are not very many people solving these challenges because it's kind of a niche site. You know what? Just because I feel like I need to avenge myself. I need to feel good about doing some what is it? Web app hacking stuff. I'm gonna go over to the DVWA room again on Tryhackme, and I'm gonna solve their XXE challenge over there, just so I don't feel super bad. Anyways, let's go ahead and start that virtual machine. I'm pretty sure they have an XXE. They've got some XXE challenges. We'll know in just a little bit. I'm not gonna shut down the container. Maybe doing the challenge over at Tryhackme will give me some inspiration. So I would I would volunteer to try solving some of the challenges from what is it called? What is the Tryhackme CTF called again? I think it's called Infinity Hack or something. So let's see. Hackfinity battle over here. This challenge is limited to student teams only. To appear on the chart and the scoreboard, you need to be part of a team and have a student profile. Oh, really? Okay, so we need to be a student to do this. Hackfinity, right. So do you need to be part... So the CTF is targeted at students. Your team must be made up of students only to be eligible for prizes. Okay, so maybe we can... If you're not a student, anyone can participate, but the leaderboard will only show verified student teams. And non-student participants won't be available for prizes. Okay, so... Yeah, we're not going to be solving any of these challenges on stream because I'm pretty sure that breaks the rules of the CTF. Let's see. Do not brute force flags. Do not share flags with other teams. Do not attack Tryhackme's interest. Do not ask for hints. Yeah, so I can join the room, I'm pretty sure. 1 day remaining, really? When did it start? It started on the 17th, right? Okay. I'm pretty sure that this CTF is going to stay online after the event ends. So when is the so March 17th until March 20th. Okay. So prizes, teams assemble, alert. Okay, so these are the actual challenges here, right? So we've got OSINT. We've got 3 OSINT challenges, 3 web challenges, 2 crypto challenges, 3 web red teaming challenges, 2 blockchain challenges, game hacking challenges, LLM challenges, okay, IoT, forensics, a bunch of them, 5, another red teaming, another crypto, another 2 crypto, 2 binary exploitation, 3 cloud. Huh. Everybody, if you're interested, go ahead and check out the room over at tryhackme.com. But in the meantime, we're gonna try doing the XXE challenges from DVWA. Let's go ahead and connect via, what was it? VPN key. This one, .ovpn. Okay, let's go ahead and get to those challenges. Black says, I have midterms this week and I've been solving CTFs for the last 3 days. Oh, I missed that. I really missed that. I miss not doing the right thing when I'm supposed to be doing schoolwork. I miss that feeling. Savor these moments, Black. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and access the room. The room is over here. Okay, username, admin, password. Okay, so we don't have XXE here. Oh, that's a bummer. We only have XSS. There is another. Black says it's the last. Oh, your last semester. Okay, so you're graduating in the spring, right? Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, best of luck. Best of luck to you, and I hope you you have a good last few weeks. Okay, so there's no XXE here. Let's there's probably a dedicated room to XXE on Tryhackme. Let's search for it. XXE. Okay, so we got a premium room, we got a free room, we have another free room. Injection attacks. So let's try the Naham store. If anybody's wondering what... Last 9 weeks. So 9 weeks, that's two months and a bit. So that means you're going to be graduating in April, May. So at the end of May, beginning of June. Yeah. Make the most of your last few weeks in university. Hope you have a lot of fun. Okay, so we deployed the machine. Let's take a look at the XXE over here. So somewhere in the application there's an endpoint that is vulnerable to an XXE attack. Can you use this vulnerability to retrieve files on the server? We've hidden a flag in /flag.txt defined. Okay, so there are 2 XXE vulnerabilities. There's one regular one, and there's a blind one over here as well. Tommy says still in the SQL class. Well, have you been learning all sorts of fun stuff about? Have you been learning all sorts of fun stuff about SQL? Okay, so yeah, I gave everybody the link to the room that we're doing at Tryhackme over here. So Naham store. So Naham store is It's associated with a very well-known cybersecurity content creator called Nahamsec. They do bug bounties and web app security testing stuff. I guess I will shill for them a little more. You're gonna find a lot of their stuff over at YouTube if you search for Nahamsec. And they talk all about bug bounty and IDOR, bug bounty and web app security testing. There you go. That's the channel. Where are we? Okay, so we've got... Where's our IP address? Okay, we deployed the machine. We've got the machine IP address here. Let's go ahead and... access the machine over here. Okay, so it says if you're reading this, you need to add nahamstore.thm and nahamstore.thm. What? Is there a difference? Oh, www, okay. We need to add these to the host file. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. We need to do some DNS stuff. Okay, let's do that. So sudo nano etc hosts to add those two things to the so nahamstore.thm, and we also need to add www.nahamstore. And what's the IP address? It is this one. Okay. Alright, so now we should be able to resolve the domain. nahamstore.thm. Ooh. Need to add HTTP on top of that. Okay, here we go. So there's going to be an endpoint that's vulnerable to XXE. We need to find that endpoint. No results for test. Black says, I'm heading to bed. Have fun. Yeah, thank you very much for stopping by, Black. It's been fun watching you on your CTF journey. And here's a hacker plan to send you out for real this time. Oops, how to spell everything correctly.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up again!
So alternatively, we could just start looking for vulnerabilities in this application in general, because there's all sorts of vulnerabilities listed here. Not necessarily XXE. They've got Open Redirect, they've got CSRF, they've got IDOR, local file inclusion, and all this other stuff. Let's we could start just we could just start testing the application. So maybe we should do that. So we've got a login form over here. We can go ahead and try logging in with the SQL bypass. So it's going to be or 1 = 1 login, invalid combination. Okay, no problem. We've got a registration form here as well. So in the registration form, we can register for an account, create the account here. We can provide a test@test.com email, password test, register. Password must be at least 6 characters. How about we test@test.com and we give 6-character password. How about 1 2 3 4 5 6? Okay, we're now logged in. let's see, we've got orders, we got settings, we got address book. You haven't placed any orders. Settings. So this is what is called walking the application. You're basically trying to figure out how the application works, and you're trying to identify endpoints in the application. We should probably also be doing some dir busting right now. So we're gonna go over to, we're gonna use Ferrix Buster, and we're gonna fuzz the application here. So it's gonna be Nahum, what is it called? Nahum store, right? Nahumstore.thm. Okay, so we've got txt, php, html, zip back. I'm pretty sure that this is being run on some sort of. Also use your cookies since you logged in. Yeah. Actually, you know what? It doesn't look like we need to be logged in. We've got a linux.html endpoint. That's interesting. Log in, register, product pictures, baskets, returns. Okay. Oh, no. These are all sus. These are all suspicious because these are giving us weird response codes. We do have a staff page. I think what we need to do is we need to filter out on 504 because we're getting too many of these hits that probably aren't going to help us. So let's filter on the code. How do we do code filtering? I've never had to do this in Ferrix Buster yet. Let me look that up. Ferrix Buster filter response code. Should have a menu. Set codes on the fly. Can you? Really? That sounds pretty cool. Filter status. Okay. Let's do filter status 502 because we're getting too many of those. Okay, so login, register, basket, search products, uploads, staff. Okay, let's try the staff. So the staff endpoint here, staff members only. Oh, interesting. It says staff members only, but we have access to it. This is a problem. This is broken access control. You shouldn't have a page that says staff members only. You should just deny access. Because I'm using like a regular user account right now. We should not be able to see this stuff. Are we uploading XLSX files? So we got Adam and Ben. We even have sensitive data disclosure here because we're not supposed to. Anyways, let's see if we can bypass this filter. So this is using. I'm not too sure if this is using PHP. Let's check Ferrix Buster to see if any PHP endpoints returned. TXT, PHP, HTML, zip back. So I don't know. I don't know if Okay. So maybe what we should do is we should try to figure out if we can upload anything, or what file types we can upload. So for example, we could try uploading this PNG. So upload the PNG. It says XLSX files only. But how is it checking? How is it checking if it's an XLSX file? Is it checking by file extension? If that's the case, it's pretty easy to get around. So test.xlsx, that's the file extension, right? XLSX. Okay, so we've got a extension. We can try uploading it. Okay, upload it. It says spreadsheet is invalid format. Okay, so it's actually checking for... Maybe it's checking for magic bytes. So it's looking for the file type header. And let's see if I can look that up. So XL, what is it called? XLSX file magic number. The first bytes are 54B0304. Okay, so how do we insert these? Oops. We can edit this using, oh gosh, which file editor should we use? We can print it out with Perl. I was doing this because I just happened to have this command here because I was fooling around with binary exploitation stuff last night. Okay, so we want to print out these bytes. And we want to put these bytes inside of the test.xlsx or whatever it was called. Printf file. Yeah, so I'm just using Perl to do the same kind of thing. If we do xxd on this thing, it's got the hex stuff in here. Let's see if we can upload it now. Where are we? Here. Browse. Try to upload the file. Does it still say spreadsheet is invalid format? Let me reload the page. Let's try doing this in another tab. Staff members only, okay. Let's try to upload the test file. Spreadsheet is invalid format. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I guess we should get a legitimate XLS, what is it called? XLSX file. Where would we download that? Sample XLSX file. Okay, example files download. Sure, why not? I wonder if this is going to try to give me malware. Never know, never know. Okay, let's try downloading it. Ooh, this looks sketchy. Am I downloading it? Okay, I downloaded it. All right. Now let's try uploading it. We're uploading it from the downloads directory. There we go. Okay, timesheet has been uploaded successfully. Alright, so we can see if we can, what we can change about this. We're gonna have to go back to Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, let's start up our browser again. And then let's get the web page. Staff members only, of course. Choose the legitimate file. And then upload. So I wonder if there's some sort of hack associated with the XLSX files. So maybe you might be able to insert like malicious code in them. I've never investigated this, but I can just do a little bit of quick Googling. XLSX. Let's see. Upload payload hack. File uploaded hacks. Okay. Let's take a look. XLSX. maybe this is the wrong article. CSV injection. How a simple spreadsheet can hack your something something. Okay. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Deep Diplomat. Thank you very much. You're now HackerFrog. Why don't you have one of these? Hack the planet, my friend.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get.
Okay, what is CSV injection, formula injection? Comma-separated values. Files are like simple spreadsheets. They contain rows and columns. So when I opened CSV in Microsoft Excel, it popped up a security warning. Hijacking another person's computer. Huh. Okay, I wonder if this is something that that's included in MSF Venom. Let's find out. Let's go ahead. MSF Venom. Let's see. XLSX. Let's search for it. There's no... Okay, looks like there's no file format for this one. Not sure if I should keep on exploring this or if I should look for something else. There's an ad running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we will give a ad on YouTube as well, and then we will play all of our favorite birds. This is one of my favorite birds. I'm going to take a little water break. I'll be back in just a minute or so. So if anybody's wondering what kind of bird this is a northern flicker woodpecker. It is a gorgeous bird, and it's got a mustache. So the males, they have a mustache. It's either a red mustache or a black mustache, and they're very, very fun birds to watch. Sometimes they'll start hammering away on like a metal pipe or something, and it's not because they want to get bugs out of the wood. They just want to make a lot of noise. MC25 says he's breaking the bowl. Nmap something something something. Okay. Huh. Ty Grail says do the full Nmap. Are you talking about which challenge are you talking about? Are you talking about Nam Store, or are you talking about the XXE, the entity box from Bug Bounty Labs? I'm kind of sad that the Bug Bounty Labs didn't work out. Oh, Bug Bounty Labs. Okay, let's take a look. Right. That makes sense, because that's the Bug Bounty Labs. That was the Bug Bounty Labs IP address. So let's go ahead and run. So HTTP D33313 Python. Okay. Is that connected? Is that connected to the XXE vulnerability? I mean, it's got to be, right? And you know what? That would probably show up in our Nikto scans. Oh, it did show up in the Nikto scans. It did. Workzug. Huh. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that really affects the way the Workzug Python. Maybe I can. Let's do a little bit of research. So Workzug Python XXE entity name. So is there a default name for these Workzug XXE XML files? Maybe I should ask the AI. Okay, so there's a new development. We discovered that the web server with the vulnerable XXE app is running. Could this point us in the direction of valid entity names? That's a good eye, Tigrel. I I wasn't paying too much attention to the actual web server software there. That's my bad. Okay, so Workzug and Flash conventions. Guessing the entity names based on the common Flask patterns. Username, user something role permission. Let's copy all these. File related entities are these. Application related entities are these. System related entities. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to brute force entity names. Yeah. Okay, so please provide a list of all of the potential entity names and provide one name on each line without numbering. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff here. Let's just wait for it to complete. And then we'll press the old copy button. Okay, let's go ahead and copy that. And then we will go to our common entity names list, get rid of all these, and we'll paste in the list that the AI gave us. Hopefully, it is more successful. We've got our brute forcing tab here. Okay, let's give it the new list. The other issue could be that my formatting is incorrect. The formatting is incorrect in my request.txt file. Let's take a look at it one more time. Okay, so file, name equals file, email and fuzz, entity fuzz system. Let's try doing this in Burp Suite just for fun, because we haven't used Burp Suite Intruder in a while. Okay, we got Burp Suite Intruder. We've got our HTTP requests. This is going to be the one to here. Let's go ahead and send this to the intruder. I haven't done an intruder attack in Burp Suite in quite a few months, so I need to teach myself how to do this again. Okay, so it's going to be sniper attack, inserts each payload into each position one at a time using a single payload set. Battering ram simultaneously puts the same payload into all positions using a single payload set. So we need to use the battering ram attack. Okay. So, and we need to set our fuzzing points. So the fuzzing point is going to be right here. So this is a fuzzing point example. I'm going to add this as the fuzzing point. I'm going to add example here as a fuzzing point as well. Yeah. And then we need to all payload positions, simple list. We need to load in all the stuff from this file. That's going to load in all the names. And I think that's all we need to do. So let's go ahead and start this attack. And let's see if there's anything unusual about the responses here. So the length of the response is somewhere around 1300. If there's anything that's wildly anomalous, we need to take a look at it. You can also see the response inside of here. Yeah, undefined entity. It's going to keep on saying that these are undefined entities. we're on the lookout for a payload with an unusually long response length. Why does this have three responses received? That seems weird. Click the tab to sort it. Yeah, that's right. We can click on the tab to sort it out. The only way we can tell if it really worked is if we get a response length that is ridiculously long. Yeah. So the problem with Burp Suite is that after about 100 requests, actually it happens even before 100 requests, it's going to start slowing down a lot, and then your next response, your next payload is going to come back after increasingly longer times, and it's just very, very irritating. Yeah, we've got another 74 to go, but if you take a look here to see how long it takes to process each request. So okay, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it takes 3 seconds for each one of these requests. That means it's going to take 30 seconds to do 10 requests, and 300 seconds, which is like 5 minutes, to do all the requests. So we should probably wait for a little while for all this to come back. But we've been kind of bouncing all over the place tonight. If anybody has any requests for material that you want to see in the future for HackerFrog stuff, we usually do web app stuff, we do Linux stuff, we do Windows stuff. If there's anything that falls outside of that you'd really like to see in the future, please let us know in the chat. Maybe we can talk about it, and maybe we can make it so that we talk about whatever topic you want to in the future. Okay, so our attack is going on over here. Another thing we could try is... Okay, we're not necessarily going to be starting anything super new, because we're coming close to the end of where we usually end our streams, but I really want to see if some of these other labs are working, because I've been having a hard time accessing the stuff over at bugbounty.labs.com. Oh, okay. We can. Alright. Oh, we got write-ups for this one too. Strangely enough, I'm kind of disappointed there weren't write-ups for the other challenge. So the other challenge was entity, right? Or external? Yeah. And I guess nobody... Could it be that there are no write-ups for the entity challenge because nobody's solved it yet? That would be kind of funny. So let's see. This is not the same challenge. Okay, I want to take a look at the let's take a look at the entity page one more time. Yeah, there are no there are no write-ups. Strange. There are some people that have it looks like there are some people who have solved the challenge, but there are no write-ups. I wonder if it was created not too long ago, actually. It was created in January this year. Tigerl says the name suggests you need a different entity name. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so let's just take a look at the burp suite stuff. It's almost done.
It's the old finger snap.
Okay, you know, it'd be nice not to finish one of my streams like super late and be able to not be super starving by the time I finish my live stream. I'm gonna see if there's anybody super cool on the infosecstreamers.com website. Not that, cause man, I wish we'd gotten more done this stream. Let's see. Okay, so who's on Twitch? Okay, so it looks like the computer booter. That's the computer booter is a person who does lots of what do we say? What do we call it? Soldering. They do a lot of stuff with like physical devices. So we're gonna raid into that channel, but we're not done for the week. This is Web App Wednesday, and we're going to be doing Windows Friday. So we're going to be doing hacking against Windows systems on Friday this week. And in case you didn't know, we've got a Reddit, and oh, we need to specify which Reddit. How about HackerFrogs? We've got a HackerFrogs Reddit. It is over here. And this week, what do we have for Friday? We've got ASM Tutor. We're going to be doing more assembly language programming. We're going to be practicing doing our low-level programming stuff, and it's going to be really fun. And then we're going to be tackling a Windows Active Directory challenge over at Tryhackme.com. This is going to be the Razor Black challenge. So hopefully we have a lot of fun doing that Windows hacking. It's going to be on Friday. And we're going to be doing our file upload attacks. Sorry. We're going to be doing our file upload attacks HackerFrogs After School session as well. So we're going to be learning about how to upload malicious files to web servers and then hopefully take them over. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I hope to see you there. That's going to be on Friday. We're going to raid into Computer Booter. And if you want to be shouted out, we're going to be doing our shoutouts in just a bit. When you arrive at the Computer Booters channel, if you could give this raid message here, frog, hip hop hack, frog, just like this, I would really appreciate it. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up that raid. And in the meantime, we'll do our shoutouts. So raid, what is the person called? Computer Booter. Thank you very much to all of our good HackerFrog friends. Tygrail, thank you very much. You are always welcome, and you're always contributing some great stuff to chat. MC25, you as well. Great to see you here. And who else have we? Black Black something something was solving CTF challenges. Really fun to help him out. Tommy and who else? Cypher Freak and all the other cool people. You know who you are. We'll see you next time on Friday, where we're going to be doing more hacking and more learning and more fun. Anyways, raid the computer booter, and please type in the chat hip hop hack when you arrive there. Alright, raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.
Should I just reball the RAM and hopefully those